Okay, it's preparing to live stream the meeting. It just said regular board. It said regular board meeting. I didn't catch the date. Yeah, I see you. Look, there you are. Yeah, you probably should. I haven't been able to get mine to work, but that's okay. Oh, I can, yeah. You're co-host. You can do whatever you want because you're a co-host. Steve Rudy. Probably need a list of names of people who are guests. Okay, it's just you. Yeah, you can start with that. Well, oh, and actually, usually Peter does, when we do the Pledge of Allegiance, he has a flag. I forgot about that part. I can hear myself. Okay, good. Yeah, do that. And then just so I think everything you might need to access is on Board Docs. So just pull it up. We'll just have to, the hard part is that usually Peter's in a lot of conversations with her, so he knows what she's going to pull up. So sometimes she talks shorthand. So we might just need her to be really specific on what she wants you to pull up. I will. I'll give her a call. And I didn't have emails, so we have a guest presenter from Pathways in Education. And that Leslie Lenhertz, it's on the invite. If you pull up the Outlook invite, you can see that. There's a few names on there. Travis Leach, I know. There may be some others who have to talk that I didn't have email addresses for. And then the two teachers who are going to talk today, they're on the invite too. That's April and Amanda. Yeah, they do. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be hard. Well, and we might, if I see the two teachers, I might just make them co-hosts to start with because they'll be right at the beginning. Yeah. Well, I don't have to. I just have to unmute them. They're just talking. Yeah, they're just speaking. I told them that they're video and we'd have them. fine. They're sound. Okay. Okay. Okay, thanks. I'm going to I'm going to close my camera now for a bit. Thanks, Cody. Bye. Hey, babe. You doing okay? All right. Our meeting's going to start real soon. I won't be available, okay? So, but if you need anything, text me. I'll have my phone right next to me, okay? Took care of the animals and you've eaten well enough? Okay. All right. I love you very much, babe. Zachary come by yet? Okay. Very good. I'll be home as soon as I can. I'll text you before I leave. Okay. All right. Love you. Bye. Nice. Well done. Good work. Ah, I see. They have to hurry.
It's 6:30. I see quite a few folks still coming on. I thought I'd check in. Mr. Krebs, are you steering the screen for us this evening? And if so, would you mind go ahead and put up our agenda for us, please? Thank you. I'm going to give everybody a few more minutes. I am seeing all our trustees. That's a lot of feedback. Is everybody hearing me clear? Is there a feedback on your end as well? A lot of feedback.
Although I think it's cleared up as you move forward.
Madam Chair, maybe we can just remind everyone to mute their microphones when they're not.
Are you feeling good? Cody, is there? I was looking through with our list of folks. Superintendent Keller, were we leaving the chat room on or off this evening?
The chat room is off. I have just been communicating with our guests to make sure that they understood that they were co-hosts and had the ability to share their screen if necessary, but generally Cody is going to turn that off.
Perfect. And I think Cody can get anyone else that comes in their microphone off as well.
Yes,
Perfect.
I think you're ready to go.
Excellent. Well, thank you for those that are in attendance tonight. We will go ahead and call this meeting to order and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Go ahead and stand up. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Everybody is on mute. And should we start again? I'm going to ask everybody to come off their mute and join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, here we go.
Ready?
Thank you. Perfect. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of
America and
to
the republic
for
which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. It's an honor to be able to do that with you all. All right, and we'll go ahead and ask that we go back to mute. There's going to be a lot of participants tonight, plus we have the addition of YouTube for multiple people to be able to jump on this evening and listen. Just a reminder for those folks, we're not really doing a question and answer session. This is, although it's Zoom, we're running this as our typical board meeting when you would come and observe. We were able to take comments in advance. So thank you for that. We received probably 20 written comments in advance, and we do have a couple folks signed up to testify that will be later on in our new agenda items. So thank you to all those that are listening. We appreciate you being here and being on mute and helping with our process this evening. All right, at this time, trustees, let's go ahead and recite our mission and vision statement. The mission statement?
The mission of the Nampa School District is to ensure high levels of achievement for every student.
And our vision statement.
Every student is fully engaged in extraordinary learning experiences, preparing
for successful transition
to the next stage of life.
Thank you. I really thought about skipping that because I know it's extremely difficult in this setting, but I think tonight more than anything, it really will be pertinent for us to really think about our mission and vision and who we're here for and what we're serving. So thank you for that time. Next on our agenda item list is comments from our Nampa Education Association president.
So Cody, if Mr. Main is not yet muted, we need Eric Main unmuted, please.
I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
We can. Yes.
Okay. Distinguished trustees, Dr. Keller, Dr. Russell, Nampa School District staff, and community guests. The Nampa Education Association wants to express our thanks for the invitation to speak in tonight's meeting. We further want to reiterate our appreciation of the consistent opportunities district administration has given leadership and members of the association to give input on a variety of matters which affect not only the working conditions for the certificated staff in the district, but also have a direct impact on the lives of the students we serve. We recognize that this most noble mission, that of caring for and educating the students and the families of the Nampa community, is a joint effort, and that all stakeholders must be actively involved in order to maximize the opportunities for our kids and our city. To that end, we appreciate the district's reception of the association's position on school reopening and your willingness to participate with teachers and other professionals in the district, as well as community members, in open, honest dialogue about this most crucial of topics. The teachers of the Nampa School District want to be in our classrooms with our students. It's what we are trained to do. It's what we have devoted our lives to do. It is our calling. But with that calling comes the realization that it is our responsibility to do everything we can to ensure that we are not creating more risk by welcoming the students into our classrooms. Our position was not reached lightly. In midsummer, as local and state authorities continued to resist mandating steps in our communities that have been known to mitigate the spread of the disease, our case numbers grew. Association leadership began to field more and more phone calls, text messages, and emails from teachers and parents about whether coming back to the schools would be safe for our community. So we started collecting information. In addition to the aforementioned communications, we also sent out surveys, conducted polls, and held webinars in cooperation with the Idaho Education Association. A significant majority of the teachers who responded expressed deep concerns and even fears about our ability to prevent the disease from spreading more effectively, even with the safety measures being discussed in the reopening plans. We also reached out to local epidemiologists to have in-depth discussions about the current research regarding the effectiveness of disease transmission in school settings. All this led us to the decision to present the Nampa Education Association's position on reopening to the district. We sincerely hope that the numbers will decrease quickly to meet the criteria we believe gives us the chance to do what we do best in the buildings without putting our students and their families, as well as our professionals and their families, at significant risk. Until that happens, the Nampa School District is positioned, as well as any in the state of Idaho, to deliver meaningful learning opportunities to our students remotely. We have the technology and we have the educators to plan and implement instruction that will give our students unique platforms to grow in this digital world. We also hope to work with the district to increase our ability to care for the social and emotional issues in students that may be exacerbated by the remote learning situation. I want to quickly mention a couple other items. This week, many Nampa EA members are participating in the 3-day IEA Summer Institute, along with hundreds of educators from across the state. This year, the conference is completely virtual, but still offers educators powerful opportunities to develop in areas which will make them better teachers and advocates for their students. Also, I want to commend the Nampa School District for continuing to honor the interest-based bargaining process that we have embraced. Collaborative bargaining is sometimes difficult and time-consuming, and we appreciate that the team of district and association negotiators has stayed the course and trusted the process. We continue to see progress and will push toward an agreement that meets the interests of the teachers, the district, the students, and the community. The Nampa Education Association is proud to serve and advocate for the students and educators of the Nampa School District. We truly believe that our teachers are the most powerful resource for learning in our schools, and we will continue to support, strengthen, and empower teachers to make a difference in the lives of our students and our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Main. We appreciate you, and we appreciate the partnership that we continue to have with the Nampa Education Association. Would you mind standing for questions? You might be muted. Trustees, please unmute yourself if you have any questions at all for Mr. Main.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Allison Westfall, Trustee Westfall. I believe there was an email sent late in the day in response to some questions. And I have not had the opportunity to read the responses from Mr. Main, and I was wondering if he could summarize what he shared with the board in that.
Yeah, I shared part of what I wrote in the email I shared with you in my statement regarding the process that we went through in order to make the decision that we made. The other was simply on a question on membership, and essentially it was that our membership numbers are twofold. That part of our of who we represent is every bargaining unit member in collective bargaining. And then we also have members who pay dues and bargaining unit members who do not. But I did remind you that we have seen significant growth after over the last few years, and that we believe strongly that our efforts speak to the majority of the concerns that we have heard in our district from our teachers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Main. If you were to give a percentage number of how many teachers you feel you're being able to represent, what would that number be?
Again, because membership numbers are proprietary, okay. I don't have the authority to share those numbers.
I would actually say, Chairman Ross, that it's 100%. Because they represent 100% of the certified employees at the table for negotiations. So whether they're paying members or not, they represent 100%.
Perfect. Appreciate that clarification. Excellent. Any further questions, trustees? All right, we will go ahead and move to trustee comments. Trustee Kipp, do you have any comments at this time?
I would just like to say thank you to the Dr. Keller and her team who have done a tremendous amount of work. Thank you, Madam Chair, the rest of the board for the time that's been put in, as we have received much feedback from our communities and have deliberated and thought, well, I have deliberated in my mind looking at all the materials we have for our decisions tonight. And so I just want to say thank you to each of you, and especially to Dr. Keller and her team. I hope that soon they are able to get some rest.
Thank you. Trustee Simpson.
I would just say the same as Trustee Kipp just spoke of, like, such an amazing job. So proud of the work that's happening in this district, and grateful for all the work that's been done and prepared for this meeting.
And Trustee Westfall.
Same thing. I appreciate the patrons who reached out to share their thoughts and their concerns. If we got them all in time for the meeting, we read them, and it definitely, and have taken time to respond on Facebook and other spots. I know I'm reading them and taking them in.
Thank you. And for myself, I am equally grateful that the comments that we've received, I feel have been very polite. Everyone has been well informed, yet expressing their sentiment of the situation that we're dealing with. But overall, the tone is very polite, and that is very much appreciated. So thank you very much, and definitely to the staff and their hard work. This is typically the month they're taking vacation time, and I don't think that's been able to happen very much. In fact, I think they're working overtime, and so yes, it's very, very much appreciated. So thank you. And when we delve into this, remember that we very much are thankful for everything you've done. All right, public comments. We'll defer to the board clerk. She has noted the comments that we received. We have 2 folks. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That's correct. I
Thank
have to find them.
I have their names. You sent them to me
Yeah.
earlier. And I believe they are both wanting to speak on the fall reopening plan.
Correct.
Okay, so we'll
Madam
go ahead.
I just want to
Yes.
remind the public, in our agenda are all the written comments that were received. So if they would go to the Nampa School District webpage, trustees, meeting agendas, under the agenda, all of the comments that the board has reviewed are also there for their review. So.
Wonderful. Thank you. In this time frame, we did our best to take both written and public comments the best we can in this scenario, but it is always available for everyone to read and review. We received approximately 20 emails from teachers, parents, and concerned folks on both sides of the reopening plans that they've seen so far. We'll go ahead with that and move to our consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second. It's been so moved by Trustee Westfall, seconded by Trustee Simpson, because I heard her the loudest. Any discussion? We packed it pretty full, but I think everyone has done very well at reviewing their board documents prior to. Are there any questions or comments on anything in the consent agenda, trustees? Okay, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Trustee Simpson,
Aye.
Trustee Westfall,
Aye.
Trustee Kipp,
Aye.
Chairman Rost.
Aye. All right, that motion passes unanimously 4-0. We'll move to our first new business item. We have a guest speaker ready for us this evening on our Pathways in Education presentation. Superintendent Keller?
Perfect. Cody, I am wondering if you have found our guest speaker and
It's Leslie, I just unmuted.
all right. So we're just as a reminder to those who are listening, that Board of Trustees of the Nampa School District authorizes 3 charter schools. Pathways in Education is one of our newest charter schools that we have authorized. And every year we review multiple pieces of their work, looking for compliance issues, but this is our night to hear their interpretation of how they're doing. So we're really grateful that Pathways is here tonight.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Leslie Leonards, and I'm the lead teacher at Pathways in Nampa. I'm standing in for Sue Lux this evening because she's on medical leave. The objective of this presentation tonight is to inform you how we did last year and what our focuses are going to be on for this next year. Our focuses for last year were skills growth, student engagement, credit recovery pace, enrollment, continued advanced opportunities for our students, as well as building a culture of feedback. We're going to specifically speak on skills growth first. Pathways in Education uses Renaissance STAR testing as its internal measurement to provide data on both math and reading skills. Our tests are administered 3 times a year, fall, winter, and spring. However, due to COVID last year, we did not get to implement our spring testing. But the data that we did indeed receive shows that many of our students are testing well below their national peers. Internal metrics show that our students average an 8th grade math equivalency. And then as you can see by, I think it's the next, yep, right there, by the chart, our reading averages show that by grade level, most of our students have a 2-year deficit in their reading skills. So what did we do to help with this? The interventions that we used included small group instruction. We had a summer remedial math class. We hired a full-time math tutor. We had study skills classes, coping skills classes. We worked on students to set goals. We also implemented something called Mathlish, which for us means that 1 week per learning period, which we have 11 of those, our students must focus only on math and English skills growth. And we also have teachers that lead tutoring every single afternoon in math and English from 1 to 3. We required goal setting for all of our students, and we reviewed those goals often. Our students exceeded the growth goals in reading just barely, and the math goal was not quite met, but that's only based on 2 metrics because once again, our 3rd round of testing was canceled due to the COVID-19 mess. 62% of our students enrolled at Pathways participated in our small group instructions. Prior to COVID-19, 69% of our students averaged at least 1 credit gain per month, which was up 11% from the previous year. And during distance learning for our own metric, we measured student engagement via weekly contact and class participation, and Pathways averaged 92% student engagement during that time. We also try to engage our students through Pathways travel. This past year, we had 20 students go to Washington, D.C. We had 6 students go to China. We had a Colorado trip planned. We were going to go to a ranch, but that was canceled due to COVID. We also provide monthly opportunities for all of our students to get out into our own community and experience what we can around the Nampa and Boise area. We went to Cirque du Soleil. We did local hiking, went on some virtual tours, also went to the World Center for Birds of Prey. All of these opportunities had maximum participation by our students. This next year, we actually have 2 trips planned. Hopefully, crossing our fingers, we can go to the Colorado Ranch. We're also going to have a service learning project in Idaho that will include camping for up to 1 week and doing environmental service projects. And we did have an international trip planned, which was the World War II tour of Europe, but that's been canceled at this point in time. The next thing we're going to talk about is our credit recovery pace and graduation. On average, 88% of the students enrolled as credit deficient students with us this past year. Prior to COVID-19, 61% of our students were working at graduation pace within 2 months of entering into our program. Post-COVID, this number was reduced to 33%. Students were engaged and wanted to talk to their teachers, but we saw a decrease in actual product of work. 73.7% of our students who were seniors the first month that they enrolled graduated this year. We had 51 total graduates at Pathways. 33% of those graduated during the COVID-19 pandemic. The next slide talks about our enrollment. Pathways reached enrollment capacity of 300 in October of last year, and we maintained a lottery list for a majority of last year. Nampa School District students always maintain first priority for us. Our current enrollment is 245 students, and we're looking to reach and maintain 300. Our advanced opportunity focus, we offered dual credit government classes on campus. We offered driver's ed on campus. Pathways students were enrolled in classes at both CWI and TVCC, and we also offered an online preparatory class for SATs. I think this was our last focus, and our last focus was on an emphasis of a culture of feedback. We had targeted classes on career and college readiness, and those were ran by our special education teacher. We had targeted class on grit and resilience, ran by our school counselor. We had an increased student participation in all of our student-wide activities, teams, and groups, and most of those are student-led. We had a major increase on teacher feedback on return student assignments, basically to help increase expected levels of work. We increased interventions for both academic and emotionally struggling students. Timely feedback for teachers from our leadership team. And last year we began writing and sending out a monthly newsletter to all parents and guardians to make sure that they were well informed of what was happening. For this next year, as crazy as it may be, our focus areas are going to be on increasing advanced opportunities for our students, increasing online learning opportunities. We're really looking to target our math skills growth. We want to increase our academic expectations across the board. We want to increase retention, increase student goal setting and future planning, credit recovery pace, and maintain our 100% compliance in special education. So that's a little bit about Pathways. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I have a question. Ms. Leonards, thanks for your presentation and time. I'm curious, do all of the students at Pathways have one-to-one device?
We are working on that right now. At this point, we do not. We have loaned out a lot of devices, but we are also ordering a bunch that are coming in. So hopefully by the beginning of September, we will have one-on-one for everyone.
Okay, so the reason I asked that is because that probably made it very difficult for students to be engaged when all of this hit. So one last question related to that. What are your thoughts about your last slide there was about more online learning opportunities. Can you just say another sentence about that? What does that mean?
I sure can. So we are an independent study program. And so we have just kind of taken on as Pathways a new program last year called Edmentum. And it actually is offering a lot of core classes as well as elective classes that are what I would call academically rigorous, but it gives the kids an opportunity to have a lot of different pieces. It reads it to them if they need it, if they struggle with reading. So that's kind of the online opportunity that we're looking for.
Thanks so much. So that would be right at school or done outside of the school hours?
It can be done either way.
Very much.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Thank you so much for your time.
We appreciate your presentation. Thank you.
Leslie, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Right. Our next action item is our new trustee appointment. We had the pleasure of doing a Zoom group interview today with 4 amazing candidates. Trustees, we have not had any opportunity to deliberate at all post the interview. This would probably be a time we could share a little bit of some of our thoughts, or if anyone has a motion on an appointee, I would happily entertain that as well.
Chairman Ross, this is Trustee Simpson.
Yeah.
I don't quite have a motion yet, but I just want to reiterate what you said, that it was super exciting and super scary at the same time to see that we had 4 very qualified and very, very dedicated and supportive folks volunteer and step up and apply for this position and this appointment. And as hard as it's going to be to narrow them down to just one, it was exciting for me to see that we have had so many interested and willing to apply. So I just wanted to say thank you to all 4 of them.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I agree. We're so fortunate to have such quality candidates. They each have unique strengths with, nonprofit background, years of volunteering in schools, a former board member. I mean, it's really, we have a rich field to choose from. it's appropriate for me to express some of my thoughts at this time.
Absolutely.
Then, yes.
Yes.
Then I just wanted to say, I really, two things that I saw that I really appreciated. One, Miss Keller has, not Keller, Miss Keller, has been involved in the schools on a regular basis for the last 17 years as a volunteer frontline worker. I really appreciated that. She comes with some unique insight to being in and helping, and I thought that was really a unique gift that she brings. And then as well, I'm going to mess up his last name, so I'm going to say just Luis, brings some interesting perspective with his work at both CWI and having served on different boards. I think that experience is really helpful, kind of knowing how boards work. It's been a learning curve for me. And so perhaps those are some of my thoughts.
Thank you, Trustee Kep. I echo some of those same sentiments as well. I think if I were to share some of my insight with you on the 4 candidates, I appreciated Luis as well. He seemed that his getting up to speed on what we do would be a little bit of more of a short order. He definitely understood policies, working with the budgets, that fiscal responsibility that we have as a board, how the schools work. Being a teacher himself, he was familiar. We have a lot of acronyms and federal guidelines that we have to adhere to in these laws that can be very different and a steep learning curve. And I appreciated that he knew that. I liked that he knew that he was a learner and input. And that would help diversify our board quite a bit with what we have. And I appreciate that we all have our own specialties. And I think he would help fill a need that we could have on that. When I think about who we're replacing a little bit in Zone 5 of Trustee Lewis, I very much see Betsy and Katie both being able to fill that role as well in their parent volunteers and their time spent in the classes with kids. Betsy probably a little more so. Katie, she might even fall a little bit more in that realm. That we enjoyed Trustee Stauffer's insight when it came to the nonprofits that she had done with domestic violence and addressing some of those needs and seeing that in our community. And Mike Fuller, well, he's done this before. So he knows it. He's extremely familiar. I appreciated his honesty in truly understanding what it takes to be here and his personal needs when he needed to pull out, but just stating that and saying that he's ready to come back in. And so he brings a lot of previous experience back to this board as well. And so those are my thoughts.
If I may share, I reiterate probably almost all of the thoughts, Mike and Kim, that you guys had as well. Again, the things that stuck out, and I'm going to kind of group and not group, but like I did feel like Mike and Louise background wise, obviously from Mike being on the board, but then also just Louise's work with the CWI board and doing some policy writing there and working with the budget, like definitely have some key experience that is helpful when you're a trustee. One additional thing that I heard from Katie was just some different groups within the community that she's worked with. And so kind of, I know we all have those different groups, but I feel like she would add to the group in just having a few more contacts throughout the community that those of us that already serve on the board don't have. And then as well as one thing I really heard Betsy talk about was you know, in starting something, but then also just really being able to, I'm trying to find my exact note. I thought I had it highlighted well, but talking about asking questions and then holding people accountable was one response that I really, gathering information, which I feel like that's a lot of what we do is we gather information, and what information do we need to know to make the best decision possible. And so those were just my few highlights that were standing out to me as well.
I would echo all of those. I believe Luis was a very strong candidate. My only reservation is that relation to employees in the district. There will be times, I observed this in my professional career, a trustee who has a similar conflict has to leave the meeting, recuse themselves from votes, abstain from voting. And that robs us of a fifth of our votes or the fifth of our community having representation in the decision. It's doable. He's great. He recognized it, but it was concerning. And when we have great candidates and some without that conflict, I thought, you know, that provided us some things to consider.
Trustees, do we feel like we have enough information to make a decision tonight? We do actually meet in 2 weeks. We can table this for further thought. We can entertain a motion tonight, as our current thought was to appoint this evening and then swear them in at the next meeting in August. I'm not shy to call in a special meeting either if we need to. Just trying to give you some options this evening.
Madam Chair, for a motion.
Trustee Westfall.
I move we appoint Betsy Keller to the open position on the Zone 5.
So moved. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Well, we have a motion on the table for Trustee Keller, Betsy Keller, as a candidate for the Trustee Zone 5 position. Any further comments, discussion?
I kind of want to hear Trustee Westfall's like rationale behind it.
Yeah, long active engagement in our schools. She's currently serving on the School Start Committee. Her family has deep roots in Nampa. And when I look at her zone, her family also has invested in a new business there. So there's the business side of it that she could bring, that Trustee Ross so well does as well. But then that deep connection, as we look to the future of our districts and things we want to accomplish in building communities and discussions about structures and buildings, I think she would have a strong voice. I appreciated that she talked from thinking about kids first. I just think she'd bring, she'd be a good fit for the board and represent the zone well.
Thank you for that. I think she would fit as well. I don't have any opposition. They were all great candidates, all for different reasons.
Madam Chair, I agree. I think Betsy would be a great fit. Let me just ask a procedural question. If we don't make a decision tonight, I mean, the motion's on the floor, so I realize we're going to vote. But if we were not to do that, what would be our next move? Just at the next meeting, we would do this again. Is that right?
It is. So there's a motion on the floor now, so we would vote on that. In the event that the motion didn't pass, then we could either come up for a new motion tonight if there was no further motions made, we would be at a stalemate, or there could be a motion to table it for the next time. It would only give us more opportunity to think and deliberate in open session again. We would not be able to have any more deliberation. The only thing could possibly happen is in the event that we wanted an additional interview session with any of the candidates in that timeline.
Okay. I need to quit about those options.
Yeah, thank you for asking that, Mike. I appreciate being able to analyze that and think that through.
Yeah.
I truly don't feel there's a wrong choice in any of these 4 people. And I don't know necessarily that I mean, there's different reasons why I would pick them all, you know, to mix and match with this board. So I don't really know that there's any other information that I could either ask them or that I feel like I would gain from another meeting. So I mean, as you asked that question, Mike, I'm somebody who likes to talk through and talk through what that process means for me and what would I need if I needed more time. Yeah, I just really feel like they're all good candidates, and so I'm willing to, if we're willing to make a decision, I'm willing to make a decision with this
Yeah.
board as well. I mean,
I think
we have good choices. I mean,
yeah.
and I think I agree, Allison. I just wanted to hear in your head why that was your go-to, so I appreciate that. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, because I have a rationale that backs up every single one of these people as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just great people. So yeah.
We did. I agree. I think I could make a decision this evening. I think Betsy brings a lot to the table. She wasn't my number 1 choice, but then I felt that there was the person that was my number 1 choice was also a teacher. And I know we have that role already with those in education. And as much as they interview extremely well because they know exactly the positions that we sit and what we do, part of what is supposed to make up the checks and balances of our board is that they come from the community and have that community voice. And so for that, I probably would say she's a perfect fit for that and for being that voice. So I think I just decided I was ready to vote.
Me too.
All right. Roll call vote. Tammy, please.
Trustee Simpson,
Aye.
Trustee Westfall,
Aye.
Trustee Kip,
Aye.
Chairman Rust.
Aye. Well, Betsy Keller, if you are on, congratulations. You are our newest trustee to join our fun group. We do have so many participants tonight, we can't tell, but Tammy will reach out. And we really, really want to thank all of the trustee candidates in our discussions and meetings. It was very evident that all of them are very active in our community, in our schools, noted they would continue to do so. And we hope that we do continue to see them and are able to utilize their talents in the future within our district. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, next item of business is our fall reopening plan.
Yes,
We have go ahead.
I will. Ross, let's just structure it so those who are listening understand what we're going to do. We have invited actually 4 guests tonight who are experts in certainly the medical aspects of our community. And so I don't know, we are about 12 minutes behind schedule. So I don't know. I see Dr. Nasser here, Mr. Leach is here. I see Kimberly Beckley from Southwest District Health. And Dr. Sousa, are you on the line? I can't quite tell. So Cody, you may have to unmute everybody so that Dr. Sousa can identify himself. I don't see him by name, but he may
He's
be
on. Dr. Keller, he's on. I see his.
Is
I
he
see
on?
him. He just got unmuted.
Okay, so so I don't know if any of you have specific time limits. We asked you to be available between 7 and 7:30, so certainly want to check in on that. What we've asked each of you to do is to kind of share the information that you're aware of and the roles that you currently play. We have representatives from St. Al's, from St. Luke's, and then Southwest District Health. And then we would love your help and wisdom as we make decisions related to mask or not to mask, and then guidance that you would have from your perspective as we consider how we'd reopen. And if nobody has a time crunch, the first name on my list is Dr. Souza. So Dr. Souza?
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, my time is yours. I'll stay as late as I need to.
Thank you so
Would you like me to make comments, or do you want me to stand for questions? Your preference.
Really, we would love for you to give us a few comments. We certainly have reviewed the information in the trustees packet that Mr. Chris Roth has offered. And so we have reviewed several of the pieces of information that St. Luke's has sent out to their community foundations. So I don't know if you wanted to review where you see our community, particularly Canyon County, in the number of cases and where we're heading, or any other comments that you believe would give us wisdom as we make this decision.
Okay, let me see if in 5 or 6 minutes I can just create some context. You all know that this virus is rampantly spreading in some of our communities. Certainly Canyon County is one of the ones we're most concerned about. We've gone from single-digit positivity rates to high double digits, and Dr. Peterman from Primary Health Medical Group shared some data with me yesterday that their positivity rates in Nampa are now at 25%. Idaho and a number of our counties, of course, have hit the national map. And we also know that people are acquiring this in the community. And I'll touch on that relative to our experience here in just a moment. But yeah, they're acquiring it in either unsafe workplaces or backyard barbecues, or encountering other folks in public. It's a big deal. Our ICUs are currently running and have been running at about 130% of usual activity for the past 3 weeks. This morning, we had 85 inpatients with COVID-related disease, and 23 of those were in critical care units, about half of them mechanically ventilated. Our staffing has become a challenge. We're actively seeking traveler critical care RNs, and this is in large part due to illness of our staff that they've acquired in turn in the community. We have unfortunately started to see actual, not incidental, but actual COVID-related pediatric intensive care unit admissions. These have been in vulnerable children, and that's what we'd expect in that population. Deaths are definitely occurring, even in the healthy. I think you all know we lost one of our nurse practitioners recently from an acute COVID cardiomyopathy. And survival is not a chip shot. There have been important advancements in treatment, but they're incremental. There's not a silver bullet for this yet, and survival is challenging, and recovery takes weeks to months. Moreover, we just don't know enough about this virus yet. You know, the multisystem inflammatory syndrome in children, and brand new data that was published in Journal of the AMA just a few days ago now, demonstrating this kind of silent cardiac inflammation, even in mildly affected individuals, is very troubling. You know, I think I'm going to treat that like a good scientist and say it's troubling and it needs to be duplicated and we need to get more data. But, you know, what I'm seeing is concerning. And I do hope that the conversation that this is just a cold just kind of stops, because I just think that's irresponsible. We don't know enough about it yet. So that's the bad news. Sorry for the Debbie Downer part. I think the good news is we actually know how we can stop spread and actually have safe, in our case, safe healthcare business and safe care for our patients. And the way we've done that is by, following the science as it has progressed over these past 4 months. In short, though, I do want to make an impression that the way we have controlled this, and I want to share that we have required redesigning our practices from the ground up. And I truly mean from the ground up. And the very first thing I'd say is that we did not crush this at the start. This is hard. We messed up big time. We had to close, we had to shutter an acute care facility in Haley and transfer patients out of that community in Blaine County. But we learned quickly, and we changed the way people enter our buildings. We changed where they sit. We changed how far apart they sit. We changed how they move. We changed what they wear. We changed what we wear. We changed how we clean. We changed how often we clean. We created triggers for testing, priority tiers for testing. We implemented, I can't even count the number of new workflows. You think about the disease state, we redesigned it with COVID in mind. Over 8 weeks, roughly, we implemented more than 200 different policy changes. And by doing all of this, we actually today have literally thousands of employees or providers who are directly interacting with infected COVID patients. And, with very rare exceptions, no conversions. But that's what was required, was that kind of ground up redesign. I know that you guys have been planning how you would prepare for this too. I can't imagine how hard these decisions are for you. And I thank you for your thoughtful approach and getting lots of input.
Please go ahead.
Go ahead. The other night I challenged another school district with a run it through the pipes scenario. And if you haven't done that, I think you should do that or consider doing that. Because again, I know you've got lots of preparedness plans, but from our own learned experience, the best laid plans had fail points, and we had to shock test them and come back and modify them. So, I'd ask you to think about a scenario that I'm sure is going to play out within the first 1 or 2 days of any school opening, which is, a sick child. And so how will you handle that? Will you test or will you just isolate? If you plan to test, where are you going to get a test? And is that secure? Is that locked in place? You know where that's going to happen. What will you do with a positive result? And more importantly, what will you do with a negative result? Who will you contact trace? Will you test the contacts? Again, I'd ask, if you plan to test, do you have a solid line on a supply for that? Because our local healthcare systems are challenged with asymptomatic testing of contacts right now. Will you isolate them? How will you bring them back? Anyway, so on and so forth. I think if you haven't done those kind of tabletop drills and exercises, you should think about it. And I think that all of that presumes that you've got some of those good, what I'd call foundational practices in place, like entry, spaces, movement, cleaning, masking, I'm happy to talk about that. So I'll quit talking now and let others speak and be available for any questions. Thank you for giving me some time.
Dr. Sousa, thanks for being here tonight. I just want to remind our guests that Dr. Sousa is the Chief Medical Officer for St. Luke's in Boise, and we really appreciate you coming and joining us tonight. We also invited our partners from St. Al's. Travis Leach is here, as well as another physician. And Travis, I know that we have some slides for you. How would you like to approach the thoughts that you have for us? And Travis and Dr. Nasser, I think that you can both unmute yourselves.
Dr. Keller, hi, this is Dr. Nasser, Mark Nasser from St. Alphonsus. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Nasser, for joining us tonight.
Great. I know Travis is on, so while he's, I think, trying to get unmuted, maybe I can just jump in for a moment. And we have some slides that we can touch on if you'd like, or I can just make a couple comments.
Up to you. Cody can bring up your slide deck. It's available to us,
Okay.
or whatever you think you would like to do.
And Travis, if you're able to hop off of mute, just jump on.
There we go.
I just
Sound check.
Okay,
you
great.
guys hear me okay?
Yes, we
Travis,
can.
you hear me? Okay.
Thank you, Travis.
Yeah, great. I can take control of the presentation, if you don't mind. All right.
So Cody, yeah, okay, perfect.
Okay, can you guys see my screen?
I can see
Great.
it.
So,
Yes.
okay, my name is Travis Leach. I'm the president of St. Alphonsus Medical Center here in Nampa, and I'm joined by Dr. Mark Nasser, who's the president of our medical group, which is all of our specialty and primary care practices from Boise to Baker City, Oregon. So we're delighted to have him with us tonight. Just want a side note, I am a product of the K-12 Idaho education system. So here I sit before you today to chat with you. Just wanted to, we'll go through a few slides here. We have a presentation prepared for you, and then we want to leave time for a question and answer for sure. Want to talk to you a little bit about what's going on nationally. I think, everybody's probably seen a lot of that, but just for orientation purposes, trends, what we're seeing around testing, and then specifically what we're seeing in the hospitals here across the valley, and then our recommendations and thoughts on safety for you to digest. I would echo everything that Dr. Sousa said, that, all the same things are true for St. Alphonsus. So we definitely are in this journey together within our communities to help, hopefully at this point, try to work our way through it. There is no cure. There is nothing other than mitigating this virus as we try to literally live with it until we get to a place where there's an alternative, either a vaccine or some other way. But for now, we're doing everything we can to mitigate. Our goal tonight is just to inform and not take sides or particular point of view. We come from a place of public health and really want to do our very best to get data out there that helps inform and helps you make good decisions. Other thing you'll hear from Dr. Nasser here in a minute is that, we in healthcare have been continually humbled by this disease. As it continues to change, it's nothing like most of us have experienced in a lifetime. And it's, it continues to change. We learn more every day, but it's definitely been a daily humbling experience for all of us as we work to take good care of our communities. So the first thing I'll show here is just a shot at our national, you've heard a lot about Florida, you've heard about Texas, you've heard about Arizona, and this is a map of all the counties across the United States. When you see over in this little very dark red corner, that's Owyhee, Kenya, Ada, and then Malheur counties, which when you look at the legend there, we are very, very red, and red is not a good color on this particular map. So you can see the saturation of the COVID-19 cases across the United States, and this is just 2 days ago data. and does not seem to be letting up. When you drill in a little closer, when you see our counties, these are the 4 dots there, the hospitals that we have across the various service areas. Again, just to give you a little closer glimpse, it is definitely here. We are definitely one of the areas in the country that is equally, if not worse than many others. And that's something to really take into account as you make decisions. You know, we are very much in a place where this is spreading. The trends aren't good, and I just invite you all to really pay a lot of attention to that. This isn't a disease that's somewhere else. It's in our backyard and in our communities, and it's right here. It's in our hospitals and in our community. I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Nasser here for just a minute and talk a little bit about the trends. We can't really talk about Canyon County entirely without talking about Ada County, because, you know, while there is a border, you know, that's becoming less and less of an actual border between the 2 counties. This is an experience we in the entire Treasure Valley are having. So some of our data will be both of our hospitals in Boise and in Nampa, and then Ontario at the other end of the valley. So Dr. Nasser, I would hand it over to you to talk a little bit about the trends and our testing data.
Great, thanks so much, Travis. So, and again, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So this graph shows some of the, it's a visual of showing the trends, and you can see the March to the present time frame. We had the initial few cases, and then we were able to see the quieting. And then in the recent weeks, definitely in the last 3 to 4 weeks, this exponential climb of the number of cases that you see here. Dr. Sousa also mentioned this, but we are seeing a significant increase in the positive rate of all that we are testing. So just some round numbers I'll throw out. So, you know, a month ago, we might have had, you know, 2 to 3 admitted in the hospital. These last few weeks, we've had 30 to 50 admitted, and in a very similar way, similar fraction, perhaps 10 in the intensive care unit, some of those on ventilators. And a month ago, we might have had a positivity rate of under 5%, and now we're seeing somewhere in the neighborhood of 25% or more, some days up to 30 and 40% positivity rate as we're testing, and an exponential growth in demand at our testing centers for that. So between the United States graph that Travis just showed, and then this graph, which is our day-to-day data that we look at as a group of hospital systems together, we look at this. This really tells the story that we are in the climb right now with this virus. And as we look at current trends, you know, one of the questions is, do we have enough resources? What direction is it going? When will it peak? And when can we flatten this curve? And it's a great question. Again, this is a novel virus, and the way that it moves through the community, the way that we respond to it is not completely known. We do not have all the answers. And so as data comes in every day, we learn more and more, and we try to use that data the best we can to map out what we think will be the peak and what we think will happen. But I think it's important to approach that humbly, as Travis just mentioned, and to understand that we are all learning here, and there's far more questions than answers. And so with that in mind, we look at our hospital beds, our capacity, our surge capacity, our projections for ICU beds. This graph talks a little bit about the main hospital in Boise and the medical center in Nampa, which is definitely important, I think, for the board tonight, and the rates of utilization that we might be looking at into the August and then September timeframe, if we can really try to approach this with as many preventive measures as we can: social, physical distancing, covering the face, washing hands, disinfecting surfaces, and all the good things that we've been talking about that we want to encourage from our public health local authorities and the CDC authorities. So this is something that we track, you know, closely. So we're currently, the hospital is significantly more full than it normally is with COVID patients. We still have capacity, but we don't have a lot of room to continue to climb exponentially. I think that's an important point that my colleagues have mentioned and that we want to communicate today.
Great.
Good, Trav, next slide.
There we go.
Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to chime in on that one. You know, Dr. Sousa had said this, but I want to make the point that we are definitely a term we would use is saturated with COVID-19 patients in a way that we haven't seen. Early on in the pandemic, we definitely saw a spike. We were able to reduce that through a lot of the phasing that the governor and the various counties did, down to where we were seeing a handful of patients, but we are now much beyond that. We have patients in our Ontario, Nampa, and Boise facilities, and we've been high to mid 60s. And back, mid-May, we had 1 to 2 patients. We would essentially admit a patient, discharge a patient. So we have had a dramatic climb since Memorial Day, and then another spike since 4th of July. And the slide we're going to go to next is that you've heard a lot about bars and restaurants and those type of things. But, a lot of the infections, at least anecdotally from patients reporting, it's not everybody going to bars and restaurants. I mean, that certainly is a big contributor. But we are hearing about social events, family gatherings, weddings, backyard barbecues, and things like that as sources of infection. So pretty casual contact with people that just gives a little bit of an indication towards how infectious this disease is. And the other thing I would like all of you to know is that with the increase in patients in our facilities, it's made us have to make difficult decisions around care for patients that may not be COVID positive. For example, we've had to put off orthopedic procedures, people that need total hip procedures, people that need total knee procedures, people that are in a lot of pain. We've had to delay, postpone, or hold them out for a period of time until we were able to bring them into our hospital. And so these are real decisions that we're having to make that are having impacts on patient care on a daily basis. And our greatest hope is that our current prevalence, this current state we are at, is the highest we will ever be, and not just one step on the ladder to a much higher prevalence in our community. And we have seen that around the country. I did not see the numbers today, but we've lost 150,000 Americans to this virus so far that we know of, and we've had over 1,400 deaths as of yesterday in one day, which is an all-time high. So those are real, they're sobering, and we're not trying to scare anybody. We just certainly want facts to be out there and people understand that full hospitals do reduce our ability to treat all of the other things that we still take care of on a daily basis, and want to make sure that message is really clear. We did include a chart here on just, when you look at your risk, and I've spoken a little bit to that about, opening your mail all the way to the very bottom there is going to a bar or, socializing, and, you can see all of the graduated potential risks in between. They don't have school on the list, I'm sorry, so we don't know where to put you, but it definitely falls in somewhere in there. As Dr. Nasser said, and Dr. Souza also brought forward, we have been successful in mitigating the risk to a very, very large extent within our facilities, and we use the same tools that are known, which are spread out. We have lots of people working from home. We sit very far apart. If we do meet in person, which is actually very rare these days, we wear a mask anytime we leave our offices, and of course we sanitize our hands constantly. Now, many of those last two are not brand new to hospitals anyway. We've worn masks for a very long time to prevent spread of infections to our patients in surgery and those places. So that's not foreign at all to us. It is definitely foreign outside of a hospital, but we do know that all of these things together do help us reduce. And wearing a mask also, there was a lot of misinformation in the beginning about mask use because we knew that people probably wouldn't wear them correctly and didn't know how to wear them correctly and might be a bigger risk than if we try to do other things. So it's not just wearing a face covering, but it's also doing it properly and making sure that it's snug on your face and so forth. And the final thing we would leave you with, there is nothing novel here that any of you probably don't already know. but they're the same things that Dr. Sousa talked about. They're the same things that we all are hearing about, and they are the ways that we at least can mitigate risk and attempt to prevent future infections that will ultimately leave us with a major or enhanced hardship potentially. Dr. Nasser, I don't know if you wanted to add any final thoughts to the presentation.
Just a couple of closing thoughts. Thanks, Travis. Just an appreciation to each of you as leaders, community leaders, board members, educators. This is, you are caring for our most precious resource, you know, our children, and that is the same question that healthcare leaders, that faith leaders, that we're all asking the same question. How can we move forward with this virus safely and take care of those most vulnerable in our communities? So it's just a big thank you to each of you for what you do, and just for the thought that you've put into so many of these challenging questions. I just want to echo Dr. Sousa's comment. We at the hospital have had to completely rethink how we, much of how we operate, our processes. So going back to the status quo was not what we tried to do. We tried to find a new path ahead, and we've shared that, you know, broadly, that it's easy to feel like we have to just get back to the way it was, but by all indications, this virus will be with us for quite some time. It's probably not a sprint. It's probably more of a marathon, and we're going to need to figure out how to safely move forward with life and community with the virus and mitigate risk and minimize spread, prevent illness, and protect those most in need. And so that's what makes the greatest challenge as we try to move forward there. And so again, thanks for the opportunity to share with you tonight, and appreciate all that you do.
Perfect. I hope that you both can stick around because I think there may be some questions. Just want to remind our two public guests who asked for 3 minutes that we have not forgotten you. Finally, we have also invited Kimberly Beckley, who hears from us a lot at Southwest District Health. So when we say we collaborate with Southwest District Health, Kimberly is the person who we have on speed dial. And Kimberly, I'm hoping that you are near the phone or can unmute yourself. We'd love to hear, you've sent us some updates just late last night. I said this morning because I didn't get to it late last night. So some updates and some new information that you are working on at Southwest District Health, and we'd love to hear what you would have to share with us.
Thank you for having me tonight. We have at the health district released our health alert levels to help the community be able to identify where we are at with community spread and the level of virus in our communities. Canyon County is definitely in a red, which means we're having pretty substantial community spread in our areas. And so we're really encouraging our community as a whole, not just schools, but community as a whole to, you know, practice those mitigating factors, trying to social distance, wearing face coverings when they're out in public, using good hand hygiene. I would echo a lot of what the doctors are saying. We're definitely seeing that most people either are not quite sure where they got it, or they're seeing that it's those family get-togethers, the weddings, the parties, 4th of July, those sort of things, the fairs that are going on. Those are all the places that people are getting this. You know, for some people it is a mild disease, but for many it's pretty significant illness. So it's something not to take lightly. So on the screen, you do see there's our new alert system. We do have a PDF, if you scroll down, that you can click on that shows the metrics that were used to develop those health alerts, as well as how we're going to determine when it changes. Each of these health alerts, once we're in a red, it's going to stay in a red for at least 2 weeks. We want to see a downward trend before it will be able to downshift, hopefully, if we're seeing less cases. We will be updating it, looking at that every week. And so that should be updated each week. I have had the pleasure of working with Nampa School District for their summer school, and I've been very impressed with how thoughtful they have been in planning and thinking through all the scenarios, practicing that contact tracing, thinking about ways to increase that distance and ways to encourage masks, also looking at kids' social and emotional health. I've been very impressed. And they were able to have a very successful summer school program because of the hard work that they put in. So thank you.
Kimberly, thank you. Just really appreciate that. Chairman Rost, I don't know whether you want to take the 2-3 minute statements. Both of them are teachers in our employ, and we'd love to hear what they would say, or if you would like the board now to ask some questions. Just to help our guests understand, we're going to look at our fall reopening plan, which is really a general plan. It does outline 3 areas. Just as a indication, Southwest District Health actually has 4, but their orange and yellow are encapsulated in our yellow session. Then we have a red indicator and a green indicator. And that's the next decision that the board will make. So Chairman Rost, I'll leave it to your discretion at what you would like to do next.
Thank you. I think in due respect of our guests that have taken their time to be here tonight, I'd like to go ahead and open up the board for questions for them, and then at their discretion, if they have some other priorities they need to get to excuse them from that. And if they're able to stick around and continue for some potential future questions, that's also welcome. So if we can do a couple question answer and then move forward to our other 2 guest speakers of our teachers for public comment.
So questions for our guests.
Chairman Rost, Trustee Simpson. You have a question for any one of you or all 3 of you. Actually, all 4 of you, sorry. And I appreciate and I'm super thankful for your guys's commitment, not only to our community to help be at this meeting and help us to make these decisions, but answer questions for us. I just want to know if you have I heard very much the like some of this you're going to have to go through and run through the scenario, and you're probably going to have to modify and be flexible and know like when you need to stop and do something different. So I did hear that, but I just wonder if you had a chance to read our document and not comment necessarily on the whole thing, but was there anything, if you did, that was just really alarming that you thought, wow, man, that's not feasible or not crazy to even think that's a good idea? I think that's a good sign. So I'm not seeing or hearing anyone.
Either they didn't have a chance to read it, or
okay,
alarming. Who knows?
Yeah, this is Travis. I'll go out there in front of everybody else. I didn't get a chance to read it or see it, but would certainly be happy to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Travis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rost.
Yes, absolutely. Trustee Westfall.
A couple of questions. I hear a lot of feedback from parents about face coverings in children. And I was hoping you could weigh in on that. Everything from the mildew in 15 minutes and cause breathing problems, that they're not effective in kids. Could you share some information on that?
So this is Dr. Nasser. I'll just share a little bit that the virus we believe is spread by respiratory droplets. So anything that's going to transmit, droplets from the mouth or nose from a respiratory standpoint. So although not probably the most perfect scenario, we do know that by minimizing the spread of those droplets, especially when you have multiple people in a group and you're able to minimize it for the sake of the group. In other words, people that are gathering together, it's not just one person wearing a mask. Clearly the wearing of it's going to prevent something from perhaps splashing onto your nose or mouth or face, but by multiple people in a group wearing them, whether they be adults or children, it just reduces overall we believe the respiratory droplets in the air, and in that manner, it reduces risk. We know it mitigates and helps reduce risk of transmission. So that and the physical distancing together seem to make a big difference. So in the hospital setting, by covering the face, we're actually covering the eyes now as well. The CDC came out just a few days ago and recommended that for healthcare professionals to further reduce that risk. And then to our colleague, Dr. Sousa's comments, we now put our healthcare workers frontline in front of hundreds and thousands of patients, many of which are at risk for COVID or we know have COVID, and it seems to mitigate the risk. So these are all the efforts we can do to try to out of an abundance of caution with the best science that we have, bring it down. So with children, I would just make the correlation that we don't have all the data. We're getting more and more every day, but it would be the same thinking that if you could do the same for a group of children, just as you would for a group of young adults or a group of teenagers or older adults, it would be the same theory behind reducing transmission and reducing risk. So a combination of the distance, the cleaning, not touching the face, washing the hands, and covering the respiratory droplets. So just a thought there. I don't know if the others have comments as well.
I got my mute fixed. Thanks. I'd say a few things in terms of how they work. I agree with Dr. Nasser, and the way I've internalized the mask is, physical distancing is wonderful. If even with a vigorous cough, if I'm 20 feet away from you, unless we're in very stale air, you're probably going to be okay. But in spaces where you're moving around, the mask is almost like a portable way to create physical distance, if you will. It greatly reduces the droplets that you share in the air with the other folks that you're around. Relative to evidence, there's just I wish we would have had this back in March. We would have been able to give more clear advice, but there's a large amount now of scientific evidence, and it's actually becoming more and more clear. And as you guys know, working in education as you do, science is imperfect and it never actually gives you the answer. It only gives you a more and more clear approximation of what the truth is. But it's becoming more and more clear that masks prevent transmission, as Dr. Nasser said, prevent infections, and actually save lives in counties with mask mandates, for example, or countries with social norms that encourage masking, that there are lower mortality rates. It's interesting, and I'm not going to draw a conclusion from this yet, but Ada County's positivity rates, again, using Dr. Peterman's data, appear to be precipitously dropping and temporally related to the masking requirement. Finally, I am a practicing pulmonologist also, and so know something about airway physiology and breathing, and take care of still in my panel a pretty sick and profoundly immune compromised group of patients. And I can tell you that even for very compromised patients with lung function that is either at a level where a transplant is qualified or required or close, my patients have masked when traveling at all times in order to protect themselves. So even with incredibly advanced lung disease, a simple face mask, while I would admit it's not always the most comfy thing, and it can collect some moisture, is well tolerated by folks with severe lung disease.
Madam Chair, I'd like to jump on, and if I could follow that, and just first a comment. The information in the board packet, I think it came from St. Luke's. There was 11 or 12 pages, I believe, but there was a video link in there.
Yeah.
From the PBS network about what a mask does. It was incredibly helpful and insightful and kind of mind blowing. But let me ask this specific question to one of the doctors. Dr. Souza, you just mentioned how you have your profoundly distressed pulmonary patients wear masks wherever they go. So and masks are effective, and I'm a believer. Of course, in the unique situation of being in a school,
yeah,
we're going to have folks that take off their mask, whether they're required or not. Some people aren't going to be wearing them part of the time. And so my question is, how safe are our mask wearers if there are folks who are within 6 feet of them for 15 minutes or more that have COVID?
Yeah, not super safe, and I think to the degree that happens, and I can't imagine all the scenarios you guys have to think of, but kids with disabilities, right? I mean, they're going to struggle. I think in that population, you might need to be even more cognizant about the creation of physical space in order to mitigate. I wondered if we'd get any questions about, the very young versus the middle schoolers. There is this emerging evidence that we've known for a while that the youngest children don't get very sick generally. That's a generalization. There are exceptions. Perhaps don't acquire it as frequently, and perhaps don't shed it as well. I think kids past the age of 10 or 12, we should think about them like young adults. But as a parent myself, now with adults, I remember my small children, and I can imagine the challenges of maintaining masks in that setting. I think the risk in that group is probably lower. I want to be careful to say it's clearly not zero, though. It's just lower. And the thinking in that is pretty interesting. I mean, some people even hypothesize it's because the little guys are short, and it actually creates some space between them and the tall teacher. But yeah, where masks aren't possible, I think you got to focus more heavily to the greatest degree possible on physical space.
And just a quick follow-up, and I'll let someone else ask a question. So if a mask does provide some protection for the wearer,
yeah,
from getting, I mean, that's what I'm hearing over and over again. And I just wanted to confirm that.
Yes, we believe it does. We think it's more important as source control, but there's probably a modicum of protection for the wearer as well. I'd let Dr. Nasser comment too.
Thank you.
I'm just going to jump in here really quickly for those who are listening. The documents that Trustee Kipp are referring to are in the board packet. They're available to the public. There's a document written by Chris Roth from the St. Luke's system, and then what I would consider a pretty strong meta-analysis of their current mask research that is out there, supplied by Southwest District Health by a group of researchers out of BYU. So those are available for your nighttime reading.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. We had, as part of our packets, some determinations and conversations to do our part to not overload your systems and the hospital beds and what you have available, are either St. Luke's or St. Al's, are there any plans in place to add hospital beds? Or when we look at the data that you're currently able to give us about that capacity level, will that be changing? Do you have any options and fluctuation in that?
This is Travis. I'd be delighted to answer that. The answer is, we have the hospital beds we have, but we, as part of just general disaster planning, this is true of any hospital, we have planned to surge for pandemics, for mass casualty events, for various things like that. And so we always pay a lot of attention to that, even to the point where we will use atypical parts of our hospital. For example, we have in the Nampa Hospital 30 surgery prep and recovery rooms. Those can, in short order, be turned into hospital rooms if we need it. So we can expand. When we do that, when I say atypical, we lose some of our functionality. We have to be more creative. We can expand our ICU to a degree, but we can't turn an emergency room, for example, into an ICU bed. It's just not quite equipped that way. So we do have the ability to flex up, but when we encounter that situation, we are, for all intents and purposes, completely full, stopping any elective procedures. We're in complete emergency status when we're doing that. And so that is a place our community absolutely does not want to get to. And I certainly don't want to be in a position where we're potentially turning somebody away because, we're so full that we can't take you anymore, because COVID is not the only thing that we are dealing with on a daily basis. So yes, we do have that. We've planned for it. We have done everything possible to expand upwards of 20-30%. Using those less typical areas, but it has an impact on our full delivery of care. And anybody else could chime in. I would assume it's the same for St. Luke's. I think so.
Yeah, Travis, I'd echo everything you said, and I'd only emphasize that if we get to that point, like St. Alphonsus, we're also prepared to close units that are currently occupied with different patients and turn them into ICUs. If we find ourselves at that point, I think the governor would, I think we'd see a return to shelter in place orders. And we just think that's a terrible way to go. As folks, I'm sure St. Al's feels this way too, who are passionate about public health. That's an unmitigated disaster for public health. The loneliness, the depression, the alcoholism, the drug abuse, the domestic violence, it just goes on. And then add to that all of the burden of untreated chronic conditions. And the net effect would be a dramatic worsening in public health. So we're prepared to do that. We want to do everything we can to avoid that.
And this, Travis, again, I just did want to comment. I mean, I only mentioned the physical space. And, our staff is, Dr. Sue's already mentioned that early on, that they're starting to look outside for, nurses in particular. So that is a much larger limiting factor. And we're already experiencing shortages there. We have many healthcare workers that are out with positive tests or symptomatic as well. And so what happens with that is, if you do expand into those areas and you don't have all the right people, the standard of care starts to suffer, and we're basically in complete emergency, catastrophic situation.
Thank you. One more question. Thank you very much for all of the outlines, guidance, recommendations, everything you've put forth and shown to us this evening. In the event that our district were as amazing as to be able to 100% comply with the recommendations that you've been able to put up in front of us this evening, what would your level of confidence be to have our buildings occupied again?
You mean right now?
I do.
Yeah, unfortunately, it would be really low just because of the degree of community spread. My take on it, and Travis and Mark, I'll shut up here in just a second. I kind of think it's a 1-2. I mean, we got to see the community activity coming down. And then if we can pass through that gate, then it comes down to your preparedness. And you know, I can't imagine how hard it is to be in your position, and you must be looking at this date. And as I thought about it, it seems like it's almost constructed like a cliff. And I just don't know if you have opportunities to turn it into a ramp, you know, and potentially be doing some of that practicing and drilling, maybe with staff, without students for a period of time. Because I know that from our experience inside of our healthcare facilities, where we've got it, you know, I'm not going to say we've got it nailed, but we've got it pretty close to that. It took time to learn how to conduct your business differently. Let Travis and Mark speak.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, I would agree with Dr. Sousa. I think there's a general agreement that the best place for children to be educated is to get back into the school environment. There's no doubt about that for multiple reasons, and I think that was alluded to. A return to whatever the new normalcy is going to be. I think everyone's excited for that. I think what concerns the healthcare professionals in the community right now is the slope and the spread and getting a control on that. And so I would just say, as you think about your return to school plans and whatever date you decide that to be, to have the flexibility and agility to keep looking at the data and keep the conversation going and have the ability to mitigate risk and flex to different options where there's this desire, I believe, for leaders to have a definitive set in stone plan, because that's what we feel like we need to have. But sometimes we're going to need to be agile and flexible because the virus is novel, it's new, and as we learn more about it, we want to respond appropriately to it. So that would be one thought I would just leave you with is maybe different iterations of how you could respond as you move toward getting back into an educational environment that's best for children and for the community. And I also just want to re-echo the theme Dr. Sousa mentioned, which is to look at the plans and really tabletop them out or walk them through, think about, the first positive cases that you would have with either a student or a faculty member and how you would walk that through. And I'm sure you already have, but I think that's really important. And that's what we've tried to do, is walk through all those responses that we could have to try to really take as best care that we can for the community. Thanks.
Thank you. One more question, not to leave Kimberly out at Southwest District Health. Is she still with us?
I'm sure she is.
Awesome.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. My question is, thank you for doing all your hard work with us, everything that you have. Your reporting that you're able to do is great for our county. Is it possible, maybe you already do it and I'm not aware, to provide a % positivity rate just for Nampa?
So I can definitely take that back to our EPI team and see. I don't know that number myself, and see if that's something that we can report out on.
Okay, thank you. Trustees, do you have any other further questions?
Trustee Rost, and I'm not sure I can articulate my question. And I've been trying to think of how to say it, but when we're in this red category and the virus is so concentrated, and we're hearing from our medical community of 20 to 30% rate, and looking at guidance from the health department about, the things we all know to do: wash hands, wear masks, but keep groups small. Knowing that's the condition, what can you do in a school building? What sort of climate does that create for infection? I was looking at the slide on on St. Al's where it said this model doesn't account for school opening and any increased community viral transmission that would be expected. So I'm just trying to process what that means if we open buildings and have kids and adults there, they're the teachers practicing, yet we're in this time where we are saturated with the virus. Does that mean if we did that model, it would spike more?
So Trustee Westfall, I think I might be understanding your question is maybe a projection that you're looking for in the event that schools did open, what that may look like and what that might mean for the plans or the alert levels.
Yeah, the health in the school and the health in the community. And
this is Travis. I'm not going to be able to answer the full question. I will want to defer to the physicians for a minute, but I just want to make a couple of comments because, inside of our hospitals, first of all, we have probably ventilation systems that most places don't have. And so we're unique that way. And we know that schools are all different and built at different times. And so that's something to pay attention to. The other thing is that we've had to become more and more aware of is we have to pay attention to what our employees do when they're not at work. And we're telling them not to go in big groups. We're telling them not to fly anywhere. We're telling them to avoid big groups. And we have had, some situations where people may come to the hospital, they work here, they wear their masks. They're all following all of the guidelines that we put forth. And then 4 or 5 of them carpool home together. And they don't wear their masks. And they don't follow all of our recommendations. And we're not certain because it's tough to be certain in this environment, but we're pretty sure that there's some transmission of the virus happening that way. And so that is an additional a compounding force because, all students go home to all types of different home environments and transportation methodologies. And, I could imagine the mask would come off as soon as they walk off the playground. I'm sure mine would have if I were a child in school. So I think that's just something to think about additionally.
I would add that I'm confident that there would be, it wouldn't go well if you tried to open with this level of activity. And that's unfortunately from our personal experience. So why I say that, it comes from the Blaine County experience. Unbeknownst to us, circa the second week of March, the virus was widely prevalent and spreading like wildfire in that community. When it first started to hit our doors as a healthcare system that was unpracticed in any of the new ways that we needed to manage our patient care, as I already said, it didn't go well. And we had a large number of our people that became infected. And that small hospital became overwhelmed quickly. And in order to try to gain control, we did what the governor did with the state, and we shut it. So unless you've really got those processes nailed and the community level is, manageable, I think it's an explosive mix.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for all your time. We've extended that a little more than we asked you for initially, so it's much appreciated. Trustees, any last questions?
Chairman Rost, I would just really like to extend my thank you as well. The folks on this call are incredibly important community partners with us, and we are blessed in Nampa to be able to reach out to our leaders in our medical field, our district health. We're incredibly blessed that we get to walk this path together and that we get to benefit from the knowledge of these folks. Thank you so much for spending time with us tonight. You are certainly welcome to stick around, but we just really appreciate the time that you've given us.
Thank you so much. It's been so helpful.
Thank you for your thoughtful leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
I'd like to move to the 2 teachers that we have that have requested some time with us this evening to present their thoughts in public comment. We have April Demshar. If you could unmute yourself, or maybe Cody needs
She
to.
won't be able to. I found Amanda first.
Okay.
Okay, Amanda.
Amanda Ferguson, would you please introduce yourself and your position in the district? And the floor is yours.
3 minutes.
I know, I'll go fast. I'm Amanda Ferguson. I teach science at East Valley Middle.
Thank you.
I wrote it down, so I'll try to be efficient. First, thank you for letting me have 3 minutes to speak. I don't want to sit here and talk about why I feel like I have a higher risk of dying than average if I contract COVID, because I know dozens of teachers who are high risk, so I don't feel special there. I also don't want to really spend a lot of time talking about how I'm afraid that I might bring it home to my toddler and my husband, because hundreds of teachers have families at home. And I don't really intend to sit here and act like I'm an expert in epidemiology. I spent a lot of my summer reading journal articles driven by like insomnia and anxiety over the school year, but I'm still just a secondary science teacher. Thankfully, and with the people we got to see today, you have had the opportunity to speak with experts. I'm very grateful for that. To do your own research, find data-driven conclusions. You've spoken to local doctors, which we just met, epidemiologists, and you've probably spent as much time on JSTOR as I have reading research reports and medical journals. So I don't feel like you need me to tell you that it doesn't seem currently safe to open schools to face-to-face learning. This is already information you know. I, again, thank you for the chance to speak directly and share my voice. I can't speak for all teachers, and I'm sure there are some in the profession who are not afraid to go back to school face-to-face, but I can speak for myself, and I am afraid. I'm terrified. I felt genuine panic and dread at the thought of going face-to-face when it's not safe. I've named godparents for my daughter and written my will because it's not safe. In my short teaching career, and it's short, I've had 3 students die. They've died preventable deaths, and I will not be able to forget them or wonder if I had said something different or done something different, would they still be here? If I could have prevented their deaths, what lengths would I have gone to do so? I don't think anyone who works with students wouldn't go out of their way to preserve their lives and their future happiness. So the idea of going back now and risking their lives and my own, the lives of my colleagues and friends, and the lives of their students and families is untenable. It's not a choice we should be forced to make. I cannot in good conscience support risking any lives for the sake of a normal school year. We don't get one. And we don't know what the student mortality rate would be like because the data is incomplete. Students were internationally one of the only populations of people who quarantined quickly and effectively because they didn't have a choice, and we kept them safe. So we don't know. What we do know is that some of them will die if we open right now. And I don't know which students were okay with dying, what teachers are acceptable losses, and which people are we okay with traumatizing when their friends and family and their teachers die. What human beings with lives ahead of them and families who love them and need them are we okay with losing for the sake of trying to be normal? We're not just data points. We can't forget that these statistics nationally were people, thousands of individual tragedies. And I can't watch another student die when they could have lived. And I don't want to leave my daughter without a mother. We don't really get win-win decisions this year, but when one of those decisions has the option that is allow some students and teachers to die, I don't see how that's an option at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thanks.
Okay, I found April.
Thank you.
Hello. Is this working? Can you see everything?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I also typed this out, and I will try to be quick. But my name is April Demshar, and I teach English at Nampa High, and this will be my 9th year teaching and my third year in Nampa, so I take my job really seriously. And I'm really appreciative that you guys would like our input. And right now, I need you guys to know that I and many other teachers feel totally expendable due to the current reopening plan and the school opening timeline right now. I want to draw attention to the hosts of this meeting. Depending on what time I looked, the little host thing next to it was different, right? But it looks like there are between 10 and 14 hosts for this meeting, and you're choosing not to be in the same room together, even with masks on. And the number of hosts are less than the amount of students I'm supposed to fit in my classroom for multiple periods a day, 4 days a week, according to our plan, unfortunately. So based on conversations with my school admin, teachers at my school will likely be asked to have groups of 17 or more students attend 8 45-minute in-person periods per day, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And currently, this happens in the context of our mask optional city, right, in our mask optional school. And we're also supposed to expect that we might sub for someone else during our prep, possibly once per day. So that adds another group of kids to our exposure. And then today I went to my classroom and I took a tape measure and I rearranged my desks, and I discovered that I can only fit 14 desks in there with 6 foot spacing. And that's if I fudge the numbers and I have a desk that's right up next to my teacher desk. And I have a pretty large classroom, and a lot of teachers in our district do not. As Drs. Souza and Nasser said, this disease is spreading rapidly in Canyon County, and we teachers, we sacrifice our money, right? We sacrifice our time after contract hours during the school year and during summer. We sacrifice our patience and our positivity and our energy for other people's children, right? And we pour ourselves into this job, and sometimes it feels like we don't have anything left for our own families, right? And we do it without question, and we do it for years. And now it feels like we're being expected to sacrifice our health and our family's health for the sake of Nampa's children having a normal school experience, like Amanda said as well. And many of us have reached our limit. Like, we cannot sacrifice anymore. We love our kids, we love teaching, but we love our own families too. And this is where I personally draw the line. And anecdotally, right, we've had all these great experts who have had all these great things to say. And yeah, anecdotally, I only know 3 people who have had COVID, and they're all around my age, mid 30s to early 40s. And one who had a fairly typical disease recovery. The other, another one took 20 days before she was able to go back to her normal activities. And then the third person recovered 2 months ago, but she was in the ER. She was on oxygen for a month. She has such limited lung function that she has trouble going on short walks with her children. And if many teachers get it, if we're out for 20 days, if we can't walk across Nampa High's massive campus because our lung function is reduced, right? This creates problems for everyone. And we can't teach online or in person if we are critically ill. And I suspect the district will need to set aside money for lawsuits if people feel like they have to go to work, but they were not adequately protected and supported. And to be frank, I feel like a throwaway cog in the school machine, right? If you ask me to come back to work in 14 days when our COVID-19 risks are so high. So I ask you not to ask teachers to come back to work in person on the 13th until our case rates are down, until masks are a mandate and not a recommendation, until you can guarantee low class sizes so that we can maintain that 6 feet of social distancing, and until we have those extremely detailed plans so we know exactly who is doing what, when, and where all day, every day in the classroom to make sure that we are maintaining that safety and sanitization, and that we have lots of staff training so that we know best how to protect ourselves and our students. And I don't think we should come back in person unless you can guarantee those things for us. Because I really dislike online teaching, to be honest, but I can't do any kind of teaching if I am dead, and neither can my colleagues. And so I encourage you to please think deeply on this and do not treat us like we are expendable. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for our comments. Chairman Ross, we do have 2 items related to this. The first one really is the general reopening plan. Just as a reminder for our guests that are out there, this is a plan that scales and gives us 3 possibilities. Green looks as normal as we can get. We know that normal is a long ways away. And even below green, there's another level, perhaps, that really is what we experience somewhere in the distant past. But green, even in green, there is some evidence that COVID is still around. Then yellow equates really to what Southwest District Health, both their yellow and orange levels are. And then finally red. This document has been amended since the first time the board has seen it. There are really, at this point, 3 substantial changes. Chairman Ross, I'm gonna put words in your mouth. We talked about adding a current guiding statement, which really talks about working with community partners and leaders. That really is a part of our nature anyway. We just did not note that. So trustees, you might note that redlined here in that first document under guiding statements, we added that. Certainly the district wants to be a community partner and understands our impact on the community. The other major changes to this document is moving from strongly encouraged to mandatory masks for both staff and students, particularly when 6 feet are not eligible. Currently, the way this document is written is that would be required in green and yellow and red. Noting again that green is not normal. It's just the lowest level of this particular plan. And then you can see the other yellow highlights where one of the items related to water fountains, vending machines went from discouraged to we will require these items and not be available in order to add to our sanitation. Cody, could you go ahead and go on down? I just want to highlight here again, this addition was to require. Most of this feedback came from teachers, particularly those who participated in summer school, the difference between strongly encouraging students to wear masks and then starting, if we were to have students on campus, whether that's half of our students or all of our students or a quarter of our students, requiring masks from the beginning so that we could teach routines and procedures, that we could teach the whys behind that. And then other PPE. Much like our doctors recommended tonight, we are consistently talking about face coverings, hand sanitation, respiratory etiquette, the sneezing, those type of things, and physical distancing. And then the 5th one that encompasses it, if you don't feel well, you're not coming to school, you're not interacting. Cody, can you continue to go down? You'll notice that there are no changes here. And then in this page right here, you can see that there are some additional changes. Trustees, again, my apology. We did catch a typo in the red category. Hybrid learning really isn't a choice for us, particularly if we look at the state guidance. The state guidance from the state board really is clear that red means school is closed and students aren't on campus. This aligns, we believe, with the Southwest District Health red category. And then you can see the changes that we made here, helping us understand how our category 2 really relates to Southwest District Health's category 2 and 3, their yellow and their orange. And then where hybrid is entered. I think the only other changes in this document, there were a couple of other places where we moved words from encouraging masks for students and staff to mandatory masks. So this is the document that we have before you tonight. Again, the only significant differences between the last time you looked at this are requiring masks for both students and staff, adding our partnership in connection with our community, and then moving hybrid to our category 2 and eliminating it from category 3. And the administration would recommend that you would approve this document as it appears before you right now.
Chairman Ross.
Superintendent. Simpson, or sorry, Trustee Simpson. I just promoted you.
Yeah, I don't want that promotion.
Math?
I don't want that promotion. Thank you.
Oh, Trustee
Dr.
Simpson,
Keller's
yes.
doing an excellent job. I move that we approve the fall reopening document with the color coded and mandatory mask additions and the addition to the guiding statements. I agree that's something that you guys do, and I'm glad it was added.
I second that.
It's been moved and seconded.
Chairman Ross?
Yes.
Question. Just, I wanted to make sure I understood what the superintendent said. In the document that would be final, then there would be no hybrid option in the red category for significant community spread. Is that correct?
Correct. And after our conversation tonight, that feels strongly aligned with the expectations and what we're seeing in the community.
Yes, thank you, trustees. This, as you know, they've been working on this quite a bit. And so you do see this change literally within an hour of our meetings this evening as things continue to evolve. Superintendent and even Trustee Simpson, we do have a secondary document that we asked for post our last meeting, which was to establish some criteria between these three categories. And so an entirely new second document has been created. Is your motion to include those?
So the second document is really a guidance document. It's not necessarily a part of the fall reopening plan approval, but it is a guidance document so that you can see how we're working with Southwest District Health in making those determinations. And because it still is in draft,
okay.
But you could, I suppose, include it.
Can I ask a question based on that? Because I kind of was thinking that we'd approve them both. I just, based on what Dr. Keller said, was thinking it would be separately, which one or both is okay with me. But I feel like, yes, we're approving this, but one of the big things I heard from the doctors this evening was being flexible and adaptable. So I feel like as a trustee, and I've thought this all along because this document, like Chairman Ross said, has been changing from day to day, week to week since the spring. I mean, you and your team, Dr. Keller, have put in an immense amount of time on this and have been working diligently to get it where it is today. And that didn't happen overnight. So in my mind, I was thinking, yes, we'd approve this, but there would definitely be some flexibility of, especially if we look at, there's a certain scenario that's like, this isn't working and we're contributing to the problem doing things this way, like maybe we need to do something different. I don't know. That's in my head based on what I heard this evening. So I guess I don't know. I don't know necessarily what my question is, other than, are you going to have the flexibility to make those changes and communicate with us or not? Or how do you foresee that working, I guess?
Yeah, so I actually think it does give us some flexibility. If we find that it's not, we would bring it back to you. But remember, this is our outward facing document, which is really written at somewhat a generic. And then below that is really the procedural nitty gritty, which has already been informed by some of the things we learned in summer school. And again, having 60 kids on a campus is not the same as having 200 kids on a campus or 400 kids on the campus. So we'll continue to learn, I'm sure, through that process. So I do believe it gives us flexibility. It certainly gives us direction and allows us, particularly combined with some other actions we'd ask you to take tonight, gives us the ability to focus and work really hard at making sure that we can have a positive opening with staff and students. So we'd encourage you to approve it.
So as we look at our categories, the different spreads, the assessment comes from, and it says here, movement between is determined in cooperation with local health district. But right now, as we look, I think about it as the weatherman, right? So the health district and is giving us the weather report, which isn't good right now. And it's clearly, we would be in category 3. And that'll be our kind of source of truth for the conditions in our community.
Correct. And as we look at this, and in talking with Kimberly, and Kimberly's welcome, much like Southwest has decided that they're looking in 2-week chunks, we would also be looking in 2-week chunks, just for some consistency in planning and in able to give families time to transition, for staff to transition, and for students to transition between stages.
Trustee Simpson, as I've heard, then it sounds like your motion is for the plan that we currently see on the screen now. It's not in addition to the guidelines of the criteria that the superintendent has noted. Speaking to just this form alone, I would love to see an addendum to this or an amendment that noted that face masks would not be necessary in the green category.
It's actually covered in the FAQs in this document. The very first question in it is, are face masks required? And the answer is only in yellow and red.
I thought I saw that. Okay, because I asked a question at the beginning when it's
the first FAQ.
There is, and that is true in the FAQ, which is a little inconsistent with the guidelines at the beginning of the document, which require masks. And the implication is that they would require masks whenever there isn't a 6-foot physical distancing that would be able to be met. So they don't necessarily have to be in opposition to each other. And both of you are right.
Okay, so maybe I need clarification then now. So the green still is a mask requirement, according to this document, if 6 feet distancing is not.
Is able to be, yeah, if it's possible.
Okay, but yellow and red, they're required, period. Is that what I understand this to say?
Correct.
Okay. Chairman Ross, is that what you were looking for, or is that not enough?
So it was the direct opposition, right? I agree that I would prefer to see them not required at all in the green under the frequently asked questions, not with the stipulation that you can't do the 6-foot social distancing, because if you go through the categories of what's happening in the green portion, there isn't anything else about, it's a little bit more about the sanitation practices, because we're now in the 0 to 4% spread with low, and it's more about sanitizing procedures versus social distancing when we are in green in most of the definitions. And so I would have liked to see no face mask required in the green as the frequently asked questions state.
I would concur. I think it should be spelled out clearer in the body of the plan versus kind of the FAQs, which likely would change, but perhaps it should be captured there in the plan part of it.
So consistently through the plan, we do note it in stage yellow, and then it's absent, honestly, in green. There is no comment, and just the guiding statement at the beginning leads us to believe that there are masks in green.
Yeah. since we need to have some revisions to the document, and I don't have a problem voting for the document, knowing that we've highlighted the hybrid section and there was some other change. Would that be a change we could see in the document we get informed of?
And to clarify, I think we'd have to understand whether we're advocating for clarification and outlining it in stage green, the category 1, or moving away from the required. Certainly, we'd recommend strongly recommended. But again, our summer school teachers were clear that strongly recommended means not worn.
Yeah, and that I just want to echo that because I had the privilege of being on with those teachers who were wonderful, and to strongly recommend is saying they're not required. Let me ask a different question in this same world. I have 2 screens open, so I'm looking at the plan because I can't see it how small it is on my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be helpful, Dr. Keller and Chairman Ross, if we maybe I have a question. What is the 0 to 4 positivity in the green based upon? Because is that a number that we maybe want to adjust down so that we can all be happy, smiley with no masks in green? Or is that in alignment with Southwest District Health and I'm just not?
So Kimberly, are you still on, and could you speak to what you think the benchmarks are for Southwest District Health? Can somebody scan and see? Kim, you might be muted because I do see you still around.
I unmuted her.
So Kimberly, the question is, when in the green category, what are some of the benchmarks? What are the indicators? What's happening in the community if we were to be in green?
Right. Let me look. Let me just flip to the right page here. So when we're looking at in that green level, then they're really looking at that our communities are in track for containment, as long as we can get enough testing done. And they're looking at less than 1 daily new case per 10,000 people in the community.
So Nampa is approximately 100,000. So we would be looking for less than 10 cases a day in Nampa.
Right.
And so I think
it says less than 5. Oh, in Canyon County, excuse me.
Yeah. And so that's why I was hoping maybe to get some Nampa data. And then as I kind of looked back through Southwest District Health to put it in context of what that would mean for us since we've had our buildings closed, it appeared that we would have been in that category up until about the end of June. And so if you kind of think back to what our community looked like and how we were acting and how things were up until that point, we weren't seeing, right, a lot of spread, a lot of masks, and then we had our big spike. And at that point, we had already put all our documents together that had said encouraged, not required. And I think they still could be encouraged, and giving people that option in the green, just as we talked about in our June meeting. We all felt pretty good about that plan at that time because we were in that lower percent positivity category. Then fast forward to a month later, we've had these incredible spikes, really high numbers, and we absolutely had summer school teachers reacting to what was happening in that exact moment, and that does clearly put us in those yellow, and now we are in red ranges, but at that time the yellow ranges of mandatory masks. So that's part of maybe my reasoning why I still feel okay about that encouragement, thinking back to where we were at that point.
And maybe I would encourage us to think about, let's maybe think about this as something that we could adjust. When I think about what we were doing in June, remembering that we didn't feel comfortable bringing students back to our campuses. And we were working with our athletes, but had really strong sanitation, physical distance, and even limitations of numbers in order to feel safe. I do think that the mitigation strategies work together. And so maybe this is an area that we can revisit. My guess is that we probably are several weeks away from looking green. And maybe it's something that we can explore and watch in the community and perhaps adjust as we get closer.
Can I comment? I love you, Kim. I just disagree because green, I don't want us to get us thinking that green means that COVID-19 is gone.
I agree with you. My question is it ever going to go away? And so does this so if I don't know that it's ever gone or going away, am I really saying that I am always wearing a mask? And then I'm thinking in these school related areas where it's difficult for little ones, and our main point is that communication and teaching, and I'm thankful that our district has already come up with some face shields and some opportunities like that. Hence our dilemma, right, of where we are. But I think I really appreciate Superintendent Keller's open mind and flexibility that we are able to maybe revisit that when we get there.
Yeah, I just would hate for us to get to green and not stay in green. Do you know what I mean? Like that possibly us returning to a yellow or a red after getting to green is because possibly we stop wearing masks, we stop requiring it, and that's what gets us there because we have such large groups, right? Meeting. I mean, I think that's a large piece of it.
Mandy, I think you're right. I think you're right, but I think we'll also know because Anita's done such an excellent job in a flow chart, and I think we'll be able to keep an eye on our own movement, in the district. And we have, we have several weeks that we're going to be right where we are. So I'm comfortable with that if we can agree to keep an eye on it. I would prefer masks all the way through it, but I see Kim's point, and I think if we can talk about it, as we go along, I can live with that personally.
I think also, Trustee Kip, that we're going to have the ability to learn from other districts across the state. You'll note that there are 10 counties in our state that are clearly in green if you look across all of the different things. So we can watch, see what kind of mitigation strategies they incorporate and where they move from. So we'll have the opportunity to learn from other districts, I believe, and be able to benefit from that.
Madam Chair, and I don't know if Kimberly is still there. I know in our neighboring county, there was a news report that the districts there shouldn't plan on being in that lowest risk category this year because of the nature of the spread of the virus. I don't know if she had seen that or if there's an assessment similar to that for our area being so close to Ada County.
I think that's a realistic view of what we're likely facing for schools, is that for the majority of schools in our state, we are going to be at a yellow or a red throughout the year. And one thing, when I'm talking about, when we're thinking about wearing those cloth face coverings, what we're doing today is impacting us, up to 2 weeks in the future. It's a trickle down effect. If we have, a spike of infection today, it trickles down and it continues trickling down as people keep getting infected with the next person in line. So it is something to be really mindful of what we're planning, even when things look good today.
Thank you.
Trustees, I'm comfortable with this plan, and just for the sake of the 175 folks that are online and watching with us right now, you don't see it on the screen, and it hasn't been shared right now, but truly everything that the medical professionals just outlined to us about the distancing, the laying out of the plans, practicing it. We did so in summer school. The additional sanitation guidelines, providing the equipment. You know, the district has already purchased quite a bit of hand sanitizer and things of that nature. We're in a really good position for all of those things. For our high risk, we've gotten a lot of letters from parents, and we've heard from staff. And those high risk, we've really done our best to hear them, address them, provide an option for them. I think we're at, are we 600 now enrolled in NOVA?
It was 670 something
Wow.
when we had an update this afternoon.
Yeah, we're about at 700. So I'm thankful we're able to offer that, and folks are able to exercise that option that we're able to give for those high risk and for the online, and to continue to see the district work on plans that, right, we went over for 3.5 hours, I think, last week of your procedures, very in depth, showing us everything that you're going through and what each individual building will do. Some of that kind of information that we've been privy to and we're not seeing here has been done. That work has been laid out, and that's why I have the confidence that I do in this district administration, in this plan. In the short order of a week, we asked for some criteria between these. You've been able to put that in front of us and continue the conversation with us, and you're still continuing that conversation. So for that, I am okay with where we are.
Yeah, I think a motion's on the floor to vote on.
If we have no further comments.
I just want to clarify what the motion on the floor is, because I know, Kim, you made us another motion, but I didn't hear a second.
No, I did make another. I made a clarification to ask you if you meant for it to just be this document or this document with the addition of the other. And I thought I had heard that it was just this document that you made the motion for, not the second.
Sorry, I thought you changed the motion to removing the masks in the green.
She can't change your motion.
Nope, I just said that's part of my conversation.
She can't change my motion, but she could motion for that. And that's what I thought I heard, but no second to it. So I just wanted to make sure.
Nope, yeah, that's correct. I would, and then I think you would be the one that would have to make that amendment because you made the original motion, or if anybody could, that was my suggestion, and I did not hear a second either. So right now, if anybody wants to second, they can.
So Clerk Wallen, will you read the motion on the floor so that we're all clear?
We do have a motion and a second, and it was to approve the fall reopening plan with the revisions submitted to require masks, removing the hybrid option for red, and adding the statement to work with local community leaders and partners. And Trustee Kipp seconded that motion.
And this plan does not incorporate, if I heard the superintendent correctly, the indicators.
Correct.
Correct.
And then we asked, well, and then we probably should talk, there was a clarification question on those masks, if it was for all, or in the frequently asked questions, if it was for yellow and red. So we probably should get a clarification on what this plan is intending.
My understanding and my motion is that that if social distancing can happen, if we're in the green, masks are not required. If social distancing can't happen, then masks are required in the green, but they are required no matter what in the yellow and the red. Was my understanding and the reading of it.
Required in the green or recommended in the green?
Required in the green if we can't maintain 6 feet social distancing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, which is exactly what's stated here. All right, I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Trustee Simpson?
Aye.
Trustee Westfall?
Aye.
Trustee Lewis? Oh, sorry, Trustee Kipp?
Aye.
Chairman Ross?
Aye.
Forgot to delete that one.
So can we, Madam Chair, can we have a recess, or do we need to handle that second document quickly?
I would suggest we recess and come
Yeah,
back
that's
at 9
beautiful.
p.m.
Yes.
Thanks be to God.
When I'm going to stop video when I see everybody's cute faces again, we will start again.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I think I am seeing everybody back. Ooh, I got a little bit of glare here. Sunlight's changing. The sun's going down. We got to get this done before the sun goes down. All right. Were there any other documents within this fall reopening plan? I don't think so. I think we went through them all. I think we are able to move on to D, our action item of delay school opening plan.
Right, and we'd like to take this actually in two motions. One of them, we'd like for you to consider delaying our school opening. The document that we have prepared for you kind of outlines what we're thinking. Normally, our certified staff would start their contract days on August 13th. We're suggesting that that continues to happen. On the 14th, they would participate in a district building self-directed activity. The 13th would be a work day. The August 14th is directed professional development. And then on the 17th, our teachers were scheduled for a work day, and we want to keep that all the same in the calendar. Our request comes in changing the calendar to allow our staff some additional time to prepare for what's ahead of us. We will make that recommendation in just a bit, but we wanted to, regardless of whether we're wholly online or whether or not we're in a hybrid model, certainly our staff is going to need some additional time in prep. Some of those things that the doctors mentioned tonight, do we have our routines and procedures down? Have we practiced them well? Have we walked through them to make sure that we understand where the holes or where the areas are that we're not going to feel okay about? And then there's certainly some additional time for them just to work at their discretion for putting those things together that they know they need to put together for their classroom. So we're actually suggesting that we delay the return of students into August 24th. They were supposed to report, I believe, on the 18th. But we'd say, please stay home because we're continuing to work with our staff, professional development, some work days. We do have those outlined in the plan. And the 2 days right before students come back, the 20th and the 21st would be teacher work days. So at their discretion, they could work to do those things that they need to do that under their control. So the decision would be theirs to be made. And then students would come back on the 24th or the 25th if that would be the first scheduled day of instruction. So not making a determination now whether that's in face or online, but the first day of instruction, depending on how we open, wouldn't happen until August 24th. So that's the first thing that we would like for you to consider. And the administration would just ask you to delay that student start until August 24th. Part of this plan would also, since this amends our calendar, would be that our open houses would move to be virtual, and we would move those to a TBD. We haven't had time to work with staff or principals to determine exactly when that is. We're just pretty confident that we're not going to be able to do it at the time that they're currently scheduled. And since it is a calendared item, we'd ask you to include that in your motion.
Madam Chair, I move to adopt the delayed school start time proposal, including the necessary changes to the calendar and open house times.
Second.
And so moved by Trustee Kipp, seconded by Trustee Simpson. Any questions or comments? Yes.
Will we need to seek any waivers of instructional time, or do we have a lot of time in the beginning of the year?
Yeah, it is likely that if we do not change the semester end date, that we would have to seek a waiver for instructional hours for the 60 hours for our high school credits for first semester classes.
Thank you.
Chairman Ross?
Yes.
I was wondering, as I was reading this before, in my head, I was thinking whatever we approved, that green, yellow, red would apply to meetings at buildings as well. Is that the intention? So if we're red, then meetings will be online.
Yeah, or certainly have an online opportunity, right?
Okay.
Some of our staff do come into the building and they join from their classroom because they have the best internet access there. But you are correct, Trustee Simpson.
Thank you.
And we think we would need to potentially extend for the first semester or have a waiver. So would the thought be extending school into the December timeframe, or simply moving the semester date and extending to the end of the year?
So we would have the option to do either. We could submit a waiver, and I think the likelihood of that waiver being approved is really high in this environment. Or we could say, hey, we could move. And again, this is a substantial enough change where we'd probably have to reconvene the calendar committee and look at a different end to the semester. You would have time to do that and to identify that, but we could approach it either way.
Okay, thank you. And then to piggyback onto the conversations that we've had with Southwest District Health, and that they are going to be updating and advising us of our color coding every 2 weeks. If I were looking at a calendar, which I'm trying to do off to the side here, and they recently, was it Friday the 24th?
It would be Monday 24th. Are you talking about the date I shared with you?
Oh, no. Okay, so I think it was July 24th that they declared we were in red, that we moved from the yellow to red phase. So I'm thinking then, based upon that, on August 7th would be another 2-week mark. And then August 21st would be a second 2-week mark indicator that we could gain information about where we are.
Okay, yes.
So then I'm thinking this delay gives Southwest District Health and potentially the schools one more extra week of knowing whether we're starting in a yellow or a red potentially.
Sure. If that fell in those things, that could be true.
Because otherwise school would have started the 18th and then they could have made that determination 3 days later. So we could potentially start under one color and then 3 days later they may make a recommendation. But by even delaying till Monday the 24th, they will make a recommendation on the 21st, which gives us a clean 2-week start of whatever color we may be in at that time.
Right. I think we'd have to hit a pattern with them because I think that we would want to make our decisions in chunks of 2-week time as well, unless we were considering green moving back to yellow, and that might have to be made in a more rapid type of situation. So we'd have to work our routines and our rhythms with them in order that we were in sync.
And the health alert level should be made on Mondays is the plan at this point. And they're going to be looking at the prior 2 weeks of data.
And then Kimberly, you're meeting with SIC superintendents on Thursday mornings, is that correct? Going forward?
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect.
I think about what I'm doing. Yes.
So again, what we're asking you is just to approve the concept of the plan. We would have to work out those details depending on what category we were in. Certainly, we're prepared to deliver all of our professional development wholly online if we need to. If we're in a place to do it differently, then we would work that way as well.
Thank you. Okay, so last clarifying question, Kimberly from Southwest District Health, when is the next Monday that you are meeting? Or the next Monday that you are alerting the public of where we are in that color change, or not?
So this level just came out, and it will be we will keep it in a red for at least 2 weeks. So every week we're going to look at the previous 2 weeks and make a recommendation for what level it will be. But we're never going to go down a level unless we've stayed for 2 weeks, knowing that levels have gone down. Does that make sense?
It does. And did I have the proper date that the date that you noted were read was July 24th?
Yeah, you know, the date that's on our website is, we're looking at the data from July 15th to July 28th for this previous one. So on the 28th is when this red came out.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Trustees, any other questions with the delayed start time for the calendar? Superintendent Keller, when do you think you might come to us with a recommendation on a change of calendar?
So in this, we're asking you, are you talking about semester or not semester? Let me clarify.
In the event that this passes tonight, if in the event that you think you might make a change to the calendar.
My guess is it might not be to September because we would have to reconvene the calendar committee and our teachers aren't yet back on contract. And so we would want to involve that committee in making that decision or recommendation.
Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, we can go ahead and go for a roll call vote.
Trustee Simpson?
Aye.
Trustee Westfall?
Aye.
Trustee Kipp?
Aye.
Chairman Rost?
Aye. Took me a while. Okay, so that one passes unanimously.
I'm sorry, go ahead, forgive me.
No, you're more than welcome, go ahead.
So the second part of this, if you notice in the documentation, we had also made a recommendation for how we would start. And so before I make that recommendation, it is different than what is in the board packet. I just kind of want to set the context. So we, as noted tonight from some medical experts and others, are in this thing called a world pandemic. I guess world and pandemic kind of go together. It's crisis, it's stress. These are times when often we can find ways to find our differences and to focus on those areas that we don't agree on or that we might have different opinions. Certainly as we've sought input, and we want our audience to realize that you have read a lot of input and it spans the gamut. And we could focus on the fact that it does go from one extreme to the other. I think all voices in some way have been heard either through written testimony tonight or through verbal. But crises are also time when it really clarifies who we are and what we focus on. Those areas that we can be the same because we hold those values to be true. So in our community, we have people who love Nampa. We've chosen to live here. We've chosen, in many cases, to raise our children here. We all have a desire for our businesses to do well. We all have desire for our community to be open and for our economy to be strong. We're proud of the medical partners that we invited tonight, and we're proud and confident in the wisdom that they've shared with us. It's clear that in every case, the people who shared with us value our children in the community and want the best for them, although we don't always agree what that is. We want Nampa to remain and continue to be strong. So in my recommendation, I just want to remind us that this recommendation is not based on a political leaning. It's not meant to be a political stance. It's not meant and clearly has not been come to through fear, but to really looking at what the information is and what we need to be looking at. It's not meant to find fault in someone who would make a different decision at a different time. That's not what our recommendation is founded in. But when we look at what our responsibility is to our children and to our staff, our employees, those who serve our children, and who will be in classrooms with children. And when we look at the stage that we are in red, our recommendation to you tonight for the first 2 weeks of our school year, starting August 24th, since you've just made that decision, is that we would be wholly online. And that decision would hold until the Friday before Labor Day. And as we work with Southwest District Health, we would try to give parents updates in a timely manner so that if we were able to move to a different level, that we could. But right now, we feel like if we made a decision, even if we made the decision based on bringing our students back half at a time, we would contribute to the spread in our community. And we have no desire to be that type of negative impact in our community. So in summary, our recommendation to you tonight as as the second motion related to here is that you would approve the Nampa School District opening for and welcoming our students on the 24th of August, but doing that wholly online.
Chairman Ross?
Yes.
I move that we begin our school year wholly online with our students on August 24th, as Dr. Keller has recommended, and her team.
Second.
It's been moved by Trustee Simpson, seconded by Trustee Westfall.
Can I speak to my motion, please?
Please, absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate a couple things that Dr. Keller had mentioned. Yeah, none of us, I have not come to this decision lightly. I was reading things, not only that were emailed to us, but just even on social media and online and updating throughout this whole process. And it's a decision that I know has been weighing heavy on my heart, because no one in this community to me is expendable. No one, not one person. And so based on the recommendation and the data and the numbers that we have, I feel it is in the best interest of our students and our staff, who we are legally responsible to make sure they have a safe and healthy building to return to and school to attend. And the best way to do that currently right now is online. Full well knowing that it is not the best environment for learning. I want us to get to green. I want us to prove Southwest District Health wrong and be in green before the end of the year. I mean, that's my hope and my expectation, but we got to work as a community to get there, and we got to do things right. And we got to train our staff for different things. I really enjoyed hearing tonight about, mistakes were made, and hopefully we can learn from those mistakes that were made at hospitals and throughout different communities, and that are, like Dr. Keller mentioned, some other communities and districts are in the green in our state right now, and hopefully we can learn from them as well to work to get there and to do it right by our kids. But it's because every student, every employee, and for me, every single person in this community is important, and that's why I'm making this decision tonight.
Thank you, Trustee Simpson. I know none of us are taking this lightly. It is extremely difficult, and it's very unfortunate that the community spread we're seeing right now is so high. And I echo your thoughts that I absolutely want to see us break those numbers down and zero them out. And I was so delighted to walk the summer school buildings in the height of a lot of the spikes, and see kids wear face masks, see them honor that, hear teachers teach, but mostly you could see those kids were learning. And there isn't a doubt in every letter that we've received that everyone echoes and understands the best place for children to learn is in person in the classroom. And we absolutely, that is our number one goal, is to get them there to that best educational experience possible. Currently right now, with everything that we need to do as a board and what our responsibilities are, it is extremely difficult to do so, to uphold our responsibilities and be able to do that in an appropriate manner due to what we are currently seeing in our community. So I understand your motion. I am again thankful for the superintendent's thought process of the timely manner of noting that she would like to do so right now from August 24th to Labor Day of September 4th. Teachers are going to have to learn to teach online in a different format than what we saw last spring. I think we saw a lot of those comments as well that was, please don't open online in the same manner that happened last spring. There have been a lot of changes and expectations that will happen this fall in our virtual learning. And the next step from virtual that we've just approved is hybrid. And so there is going to be an expectation level that the children are going to have to learn virtual, and in that hybrid still virtual, and the teachers are still going to have to teach that way. So starting in this conservative manner and then working our way back makes a lot of sense. We just gave teachers an extra week to prepare for that, families to prepare for that, and do so in the best manner possible. And then we get to pull back and reevaluate and relook at that, that I know our district will do. And so thank you for that thoughtfulness in there. And I'm sorry that that's where we are in our community, and I hope we can change that soon.
Great.
Yeah, I'm reluctantly agree. I think that we have to protect life, and that's what this decision is going to do. I'm mindful, and I'm thinking about the constituents that have written, who have expressed how difficult this is going to be for them, for their families. I recognize that, and I carry that into this. I know it's going to be difficult for teachers and families. For folks whose kids really need to be with their special ed teachers and their IEP specialists. And I feel for that, and I'm confident that we will do all that we can, that Dr. Keller and her team will do all that we can to serve every kid as best we can. But this is a decision that has to be made, and I'm in support.
Yeah, and I would echo what my fellow trustees said and what the superintendent said as well. Is moving forward, I hope as this, I'm glad we're looking at it every 2 weeks, that perhaps we can get to a point where we ease back into having kids in the building or having staff there to do that practice, and practice all that build it up from the top that we heard tonight from the gentleman from St. Luke's. I greatly appreciate having them here tonight. We hear so much and we read it in the media, but to get that firsthand account of what is happening in our community does what I believe we were charged to do, is to set aside politics and look at what the science says in our community and what's going on and what we need to do to keep kids and staff safe, as we all figure out how to live and act during this time. It's my deepest desire that our community will voluntarily require themselves to follow the prevention measures advocated for by the medical community, and we can get kids back in school. Our community has the power individually to do these things and improve our health and reduce the level of the virus in our community so we can get kids back at school.
Thank you, trustees. I appreciate everybody weighing in on that. It has been a long few weeks of daily reading and thoughtfulness on this. I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Trustee Simpson?
Aye.
Trustee Westfall?
Aye.
Trustee Kipp?
Aye.
Chairman Rost?
Aye. The measure passes unanimously 4-0.
Thank you.
All right. We have a plan. We can now move on to some of
I
our
wish-
other legal obligations.
Perfect. I wish we could postpone this. I know it's late tonight, but our resolutions are due tomorrow to ISBA. And I think, if I'm right, that's next on the agenda. Is that correct?
It is.
All right. So we have put together 4 proposals. I'm hoping that you have read these. The resolution based on salary-based apportionment for our classified employees continues to help our legislatures understand the need we have to pay our classified employees a livable wage. Our classified employees run the gamut from those who are helping us do playground supervision to all to our CFO. And we get the same amount of reimbursement for each of those positions. And even the current reimbursement that we have does not adequately help us pay appropriate salaries. So we put together, this is strongly based on a previous resolution. We're hoping that you have reviewed it and would support this. There are updated numbers based on the 2018-19 school year. Those were the most current ones that we were able to have. So
Thank you, Superintendent. Could you also, if you remember, I believe Twin Falls just voted in favor of supporting, I don't know which other districts in the past have, you don't remember either.
So technically we're doing this a little bit backwards, but yes, they would support us once we approve this. They have met before us, and then what generally happens is we'll share resolutions, and this board will have the opportunity to consider other resolutions and joining them. But Twin Falls has already joined our resolution.
Excellent, thank you. Any further questions?
Chairman Ross?
Yes.
I move that we approve all 4 of the resolutions listed to go to ISBA.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any further comments? Tammy, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Simpson?
Aye.
Trustee Westfall?
Aye.
Trustee Kipp?
Aye.
Chairman Rost?
Aye.
Okay, so I just have to say this. The second resolution that you just approved is advocating for our teachers who are frozen on career ladder placement to not only be reimbursed the ladder placement that they would have been on this year, but then to gain the next one as well so that they don't lose that. So I just think our staff needs to know that we're working to advocate for our legislature to support them.
Absolutely. Thank you for that clarification. I didn't know if we were taking them individually, but if that was an all-in-one, we absolutely support our teachers. If you're doing the work, then you should be reimbursed as such.
Mr. Dewey, I think is still on the line. If you have any considerations for the budget, we have, I think, not quite finished all of our year end, but are getting closer and closer to that. So you see those budget documents before you.
I am on the line, yes.
Thank you. Would you mind giving us a quick synopsis of how we're ending things out?
Yeah, we've had a lot of one-time expenses that we've needed to make. A lot for obviously the COVID stuff and the blended learning and that. We did have some savings from being out of school for a little while with the busing and that kind of thing. Our best 28 weeks, which is our discretionary money, actually came in really good in comparison, a little better than we had thought. So that helped out a lot as well. So we're actually in a very good budget position going into next year. I am super concerned. One of the things we have not heard yet is what they're going to do with transportation or any of those things for next year. Is reimbursement for this year is based on last year's expenses. And so they have said they're going to take care of us, but we still don't know if that's truly what's going to happen or not. So that is a concern I have. So any savings we have this year, we definitely want to make sure that we're being smart with that, and making sure that we're good. But as far as last year, the numbers look pretty good, and we're still looking at finalization of things to make sure that we're not going into the red.
Thank you. How do we look on our 5% contingency?
Oh, we'll be fine on our 5%, even with the 350,000 that we had planned to pull out of the budget for our budget program. We're still within our 5%, a little above our 5% contingency at this point. If we were to have a big drop in things like our ADA or something for next year, then that could create some problems for us. But they're talking about potentially switching to a different model for enrollment base instead of ADA for a year to test it. They already tested it last year and stuff. So that could help us in some funding as well. So I think we're going to be good. And I think the state is well aware of all the difficulties for every one of the districts. And they don't truly want to cut us anything more than what we have to be cut.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dewey. We have two policies for you to consider tonight. One is a first read. This is an ISBA model policy, and it's updating the new requirements for our seniors. So that is the only change. That's not the only change. We also added in a year ago, the legislature allowed parents to just submit a written signed document instead of using district issued forms in order to be exempt from immunization. So we're asking you for a first read on this model policy.
I move we approve policy number 3525 for first readings.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any
There were
further
5?
discussion?
Yeah.
Cody, would you mind opening that up for us?
So Rebecca Burley, who is our lead nurse, has reviewed it. And you can just see the changes. So just the yellow is the addition to our current policy and our current state requirements for immunization.
And background, this was done by our legislatures at the last session, correct?
I honestly can't tell you if it was last legislature session. I know that it's a new requirement, and ISBA has been working really diligently at getting it out so that we can have current policy.
I think that was my understanding. Thank you. All right. Roll call vote.
Trustee Simpson?
Aye.
Trustee Westfall?
Aye.
Trustee Kipp?
Aye.
Chairman Ross?
Aye.
The second policy before you is a second read, could be final read. Just as a reminder, we also presented the procedure. Our ADs met and made some adjustments to the procedure. It is actually not here for you, but it is the policy, which is the work of the board. Procedures, the work of the administration. And so this could be your second and final read. Clerk Wallen did go ahead and provide the red line so you can see the changes that had been made from the first policy.
Thank you. Cody, would you mind opening the red line section for us, please? Perfect.
I move we approve for second reading policy 3505.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Anything else? I'm going to just admit I didn't get all the way into this as much as I wanted to, so I'm reading a little bit. We had some discussion the first time about methods to be able to do the diagnostic. Was that added in?
It was added in the procedures. So we
Okay.
talked about our software. ADs met so that one of your concerns was, how do we know if a student moves from Nampa to a Skyview or somewhere else, what their history is and those type of things. So we talked about how we would align that. I know there was another issue that they talked with. I cannot remember what it is right now. My apologies.
It's okay. I'm thinking because it was probably, I think one of my questions was that we utilize, there was quite a few software options out there that the kids couldn't fudge as well, right? With just a statement of how they felt, but they had to go through this computer program. But again, that's procedural in nature.
Correct. So Trustee Westfall, I heard second read, but not yet final.
Well, our policy is for 2 readings.
Okay. Just clarifying. Thank you.
Yeah, we don't really need the word final.
That's correct. Sometimes it's our habit, and I just wanted to make sure of the intent.
It is, I appreciate it. And I think sometimes it's been helpful as of late to add the procedure to the policy when we're reviewing it. And so I think that may be where I'm hung up still a little bit on trying to see some of those things as we had conversation. You were able to put those in procedure.
I think was that part of that. I've liked that down at the bottom, right? Is that what you're talking about, Chairman Ross? Is that it's related or linked to a procedure? And I know I'm pretty sure we saw that.
If
I remember right, we did. Yeah, and so they've added to it. Okay.
Okay, there it is.
And Clerk Wallen works with our ADs, and so I'm confident that they reviewed your comments, and I know that they met to talk about trying to close some of the gaps that you were talking about in the procedures.
Excellent.
Thank you. That does it for me right there. Much appreciated. Thank you for scrolling down. All right, we can roll call vote.
Trustee Simpson?
Aye.
Trustee Westfall?
Aye.
Trustee Kipp?
Aye.
Chairman Ross?
Aye. Okay, that motion also passes unanimously 4.0. Thank you for the work on that and incorporating that in there. I apologize for.
No problem. I think Marin, I saw her earlier, and I don't know if she has a legal update or not. Marin, are you there?
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I've been switching between my phone login, my computer login. But trustees, I don't have anything specific to update you on tonight. We've enjoyed kind of working with you through all of these plans and policies and figuring out what we need to do to get the school year started. So as questions come up, we'll continue to be a legal resource for those things. But as of now, we don't have any specific updates. So if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we can get this meeting moved on with. So
Thank you, Marin. We appreciate you being here. We also, it went through real quick in our consent agenda this evening, but we are excited to continue our contract with you and have you on board to consult us. So thank you.
Enjoyed it. So we're happy to be on another year. Thanks.
Perfect. I choose not to have any additional comments. Trustees?
We can roll call vote through trustee comments.
None for me, thanks.
Trustee Westfall?
None for me, thank you.
Trustee Kipp?
I have 30 minutes worth of comments that I would like to begin in 10 minutes.
Could
Nothing,
you
thank
those
you.
in writing?
Perfect. I think we're good. Thank you. Board self-assessment. Mr. Kipp, Trustee Kipp, you were our self-assessor this evening. How did we do? Uh-oh, I can't see that. Uh-oh, there's some comments.
I think there were some comments, but they were great. Everything got the highest marks. I really wanted to say kudos to the board tonight. I thought we did a really good job at sticking almost 100% the main policy decisions. I think I appreciated the questions that sometimes lead us into the weeds. I think they were necessary and helpful. The only comment I made is at one point I heard both superintendent and Madam Chair talk about a timeline that we were hoping to be on. And I just wasn't aware of that. I thought that was fantastic. And I think that's a really helpful thing. But I'll flap my jaws less if I have sight of that too. So maybe just in the future we can have that. But otherwise, everything was satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, upcoming meetings. So our next board meeting is in 2 weeks on August 11th. Right, it's chocked full, all of our legal obligations and fun things we get to do. Trustees, we are doing our best to get items into board docs and material in that timely fashion. It comes upon us quick. If you have any additional items, please just email myself and the superintendent as quick as possible, and we will continue to let you know if we update anything after it gets put into board docs.
Thank you.
And it looks like we have a need for executive session on top of all the fun.
It should be quick.
You got us, Mandy.
Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of Nampa School District number 131 recess from a public meeting into executive session in the manner and for the purpose authorized by Section 74-206 Idaho Code to discuss matters pertinent to this district, specifically subsection, is that a J, to consider labor contract matters authorized under Section 74-206A 1A and B Idaho Code.
Thank you. It's been moved. Do we need a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right. So Trustee Simpson's moved as Trustee Westfall second. Breakout session room.
We roll call vote.
Roll call.
Oh, sorry.
Trustee Simpson.
Aye.
Trustee Westfall.
Aye.
Trustee Kipp.
Aye.
Chairman Rost.
Aye.
All right. Give me a minute to get you guys moved.
Just wanted to say thank you to our guests who have joined us. We are going to convene and go to another room. You are certainly welcome to wait for us if you would like to, but if you are not there when we come back, thank you for joining us. We appreciate your participation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Do you put us or do we have to leave here?
I'm getting it. Hang
Don't
on.
leave yet. Don't leave
Oh,
yet.
okay.
Don't hit the leave.
I'm working
Okay.
on it.
Wait until
Is
it'll
it-
say enter breakout room instead.
Okay.
Is it
very
kind
good.
of sad how quickly those numbers of participants drop?
They have been dropping
They're
off.
going to bed.
Kim,
They're going to bed.
Mandy.
I kid. We love you. Thank you for being with us this long.
YouTube dropped from about 400 to 69 in about 2 seconds.
Oh,
After
We had like 200 on Zoom and 400 on YouTube.
We hit 400 on the high. Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. Remind me what I said.
No. And it's
Everybody was
recorded.
excellent.
Don't worry. People will remind you.
Right. I'm going
There'll be
into executive
videos.
session now.
There'll be memes of us.
everybody back?
Wow, there's people still here with us.
Oh, it's the diehards.
They're asleep.
They just left their computer on. All right. Thank you all so much for a long meeting. But I'm so proud that we came to consensus on a lot of things. And I think that's, again, due to a lot of hard work by the district and a lot of thoughtfulness. So I think we are done, and I adjourn this meeting.
Thanks all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.